Yes.
Yes.
You, but you're a little garbled.
Okay. Okay, so would like to call the Monday, December 21st, council meeting to order at 4 p.m. Roll call, please, Mary Rose.
Mayor Hawkins,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Plummer.
Here.
Councilmember Garaventa,
Here.
Councilmember Sagerstrom,
Here.
and Councilmember Such. And Colette's muted, but I did see her say here. We saw you, Colette. All in attendance, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, excellent. Okay. Any public comment on our closed session item?
If you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 if you're using a phone or using some other device. Please use the raise your hand function. Mayor, I don't see anybody's hands raised. Oh, I got one. I got
Hey,
one person who's manually putting up his phone. Mayor, I have Cody's phone.
that would be Cody Opie. Go ahead, Cody.
Hey, Cody, you're still muted. You got to hit the unmute button.
There we go. It didn't ask me till you said that. What's the closed item? Is this the one about the sportsman?
No, this is the one about city manager evaluation.
The manager evaluation.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is the annual city manager evaluation.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I was lost.
No problem.
That will be at 5, Cody.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Okay. Good. Pull that up.
Mayor, there's no other hands raised. Wait, oh, 1 second. 384's hand is raised. So, Mayor, that's with the last three of 384.
Okay. Go ahead.
So did I understand right? If we want to talk about the sportsman, that we're to call back at 5 o'clock?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I will call back in at 5.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Mayor,
Okay.
no other hands raised.
Okay, let's adjourn into closed session.
Yes, we can, Matt. I'm getting feedback.
We're getting really strange feedback, but I don't think that there's. I'm gonna mute everybody real quick.
Okay, so we'd like to call the Monday, December 21st, 2020 regular city council meeting to order at 5 p.m. Yeah, everything is super quiet here, just to let everybody know.
We can hear you, Matt. Matt, can you hear us? Doug, I don't know if he can hear us.
Yeah, I think maybe he's having bad reception issues.
Do we have the Mayor Pro Tem open up for us?
Yeah, I think at this point in time, Mayor Pro Tem, if you wouldn't mind until we can figure out what's going on with the mayor's Wi-Fi connection.
Okay. Okay, so we're in open session. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Plummer, would you do the... Oh, I can hear you.
Hey Doug, let me see if I can call him real fast and see if we can get the Mayor Pro Tem to open up.
Now, good. So I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and then continue with the meeting. Hopefully our mayor will pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So, did we need to report out that there's nothing to report? Mary Rose or Doug? I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can. So just report that
There's nothing to report.
okay, nothing to report. And then, Mary Rose, would you please do roll call?
Mayor Hawkins? I can see him on the line. I don't know if he's going to be able to state that he's here. Mayor Pro Tem Plummer?
Here.
Councilmember Garaventa? Councilmember Sagerstrom? Councilmember Such. I can see you guys. Let me just make sure Doug, who's our host, can unmute you.
Yep, I've unmuted them.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
And then I can see that Matt is here, but I don't know if,
And Jim is still not unmuted.
and looks like Colin is.
Okay, got me now.
Good.
And you've got me.
Okay.
So moving on to the city clerk on agenda posting.
So the agenda was posted on Thursday, the 17th, December 17th at 4 p.m.
So let's approve the agenda. Are there any items that council members wanted to comment on or pull, change, or alter?
No, sir.
Great. Do I have a motion?
Don't need one.
We don't need one on approval of agenda.
Thank you. I'm a beginner at this. Presentations, please. We have any?
No presentations.
Okay, good. Public comment on non-agenda items. The public may address the council on any item of public interest not otherwise on the agenda that is within the jurisdiction of the city. No action may be taken. Matters to be addressed may be referred to city staff or placed on a subsequent meeting agenda. Speakers are limited to a 5-minute presentation. Do we have any of the public who would like to speak to anything not on the agenda?
Mayor Pro Tem, we do have one, just as a reminder. Well, I see two. I see somebody raising their hand. So I got you, BC Smith. We'll get you in order. Just a reminder, time limit is 5 minutes, and these are non-agenda items. So if you want to speak to something on the agenda, to be when that item actually comes up. So we have a hand. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise your hand using the raise your hand function, or in the alternative, press *9 if you're using a rotary phone. Again, I'll look and I see manually. I see some people. So, Mayor Pro Tem, I think Katie Dunn is the first one. I'm gonna ask her to unmute.
Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, Katie.
Okay, great. So Katie Dunn, President of the Sonora Chamber. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I am just wanting to give you an update on our There's No Place Like Sonora for the holidays wrap up. It ended last Saturday with our extended hours through 8 p.m. It was a partnership with CAD Radio and the Sonora Chamber, did gift wrapping. I want to say thank you to David Simmerly of CAD Radio, Sonora Inn, for allowing us to do our gift wrapping for free. Margaret Welton, who is our Director of Marketing and Communications for the Chamber, the City of Sonora, and all of the participating merchants. It was a really great effort, and we're really, really pleased with the turnout. The banner will be staying up through the holidays, and our chamber elves will still be making their rounds in downtown through the holidays, and then they'll pack their bags for the North Pole after that. Our window display contest, we announced our winners at our virtual chamber mixer last Tuesday. And I want to thank Mr. Mayor for being a good sport and doing the mayor's choice. He chose Addictions as his winner. The Sonora High School leadership class choice was The Post. And the voters' choice, which we got 267 votes this year, was Fit and Pretty Bras and Boutique. And each winner received a window decal, the bragging rights, and a $100 check. So it was really well. I was really excited about this year's contest. And as you can see, downtown Sonora just looks so amazing because of all of everyone that participated. The Sonora Chamber of Commerce also donated $500 to the Sonora High School leadership class. We do this every year as our way to pay it forward to the next leaders of Tuolumne County. I believe that is it. One more little shout out to Diane Stearns, who was instrumental in decorating a lot of the windows, and actually she decorated 2 of our winners. So a little shout out to her as well. And that's it.
All right, Mayor, our next speaker would be BZ Smith, or Mayor Pro Tem, I should say.
Whoa.
Hi, can you guys hear me? Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Hi, hold on one little tiny second. I've misplaced what I was going to share with you and I just found it again. So in honor of this season, I have 3 quotes I would like to share with all of us here in our community in this time of joyful peace and renewal. And on the night of the winter solstice, which is the darkest night of the year, we go inward and we think about what it is that we want to do to bring light back into the world. And each one of us has our own calling about what we will do and how we will manifest the best of ourselves in our personal life and in our community life. So here's 3 little quotes. I'm going to start with a quote from Ronald Reagan. Peace is not absence of conflict. It is the ability to handle conflict by peaceful means. A Ronnie Reagan quote. And here's one for you from Bishop Desmond Tutu, who was the Episcopal Bishop of South Africa for many, many years and may still be for that matter. Here it is. Do your little bit of good where you are. It's those little bits of good put together that overwhelm the world. And that quote really hits home for me, and I know for many of you, that living in Tuolumne County has been such a gift to so many of us in times of adversity, in times of struggle during fires, when people have family emergencies. We are there for each other. We put aside our differences and we look each other in the face and remember that we are a community, and there's no better time than this. And last of all, I would like to share a quote with you from the ultimate chairman of the board, old Blue Eyes himself, Mr. Frank Sinatra. If you don't know the guy on the other side of the world, love him anyway, because he is just like you. He has the same dreams, the same hopes and fears. It's one world, pal. We're all neighbors. And thank you for this time this evening to chat with my friends here in the city of Sonora. Thanks.
All right, Mayor, our Vice Mayor, I can't tell. I don't think Matt's back on.
Can
there-
everybody hear me?
Yes. Doesn't
Okay.
seem to be any feedback either at this point.
I'm now using an Android phone.
Hey, whatever works.
Yeah, it does. It has a better picture.
Yeah, it does.
So it's all blurry is what you're saying, Ann.
No, I'm
No,
saying
no, no.
it's crystal clear. I can read your t-shirt, Matt. That's what I'm.
Purple Rain, one of my favorite movies. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for taking over like that. I'm sorry about my lack of technology in our home, but things will get a little better. So, Doug, was there any more public comment?
Mayor, I do not see any other hands raised for public comment.
Okay.
Well, saying that and then one just came up. Again, as a reminder, these are public comments, not on agenda items. So I'm gonna unmute. I believe I know who it is, but iPhone, you can go ahead.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
We can.
Okay. Hi, Thomas Silva here, owner of Sonora Brewing Company. Over the past several months, I've witnessed firsthand the city of Sonora's twisted approach to local government. It seems that some on the city council believe that when they are elected, they're to give guidance, opinion, and rule over their constituents. I don't know why this approach is taken by some on this council. Maybe it is due to upbringing, current home life, or lack of adequate career, and the power trip fills a void. Or perhaps it's just a deep animosity towards those around them. In any case, it's gross. It's incompetent, it's egotistical, and a complete dereliction of your duties to serve your constituents and community. You're not elected to tell people what to do. You're elected to represent us. We tell you what to do, period. Not the city administrator, not the fire chief, not the police chief, us. We the people that represent. People move to Sonora, grow up here, and never leave for many reasons. One prevalent reason is to avoid dealing with governments that do not do their job and represent their constituents. This is the reason people are leaving these droves, because local leadership will not step up and do their jobs and think outside the box. They will not tell the state level no at risk of being ostracized from funds or a place at the table. This is not representation. It is passing the buck to remain in place and not the way to responsibly do your job. Have you ever ran a business that you created? I doubt it. If you had, some members on this council would take a complete different approach to helping those of us you represent. In business, you don't just sit on your hands and keep the status quo the way government does. You keep the ball moving, find ways to succeed at the risk of failure. You do this not just for yourself, but for the people you employ and their families. You do this to make the community around you better. I believe, as many others, that some on this council are ignorant to these principles. I believe that those on this council that are roadblocking any and all ideas that will help in this time of crisis, or would consider punishing a small business for helping others by opening their doors to a family grieving, should resign immediately, because you're obviously way out of your lane, especially in understanding how the real world works. I know people that are sick and tired of being represented in the ways that I have described. If the members of this council that I'm referring to do not step up and start doing the right thing to help all in this community in a way possible, me and many others will make it our goal to have you removed from office. Remember, it doesn't take that many votes to get elected in this city. I hope you choose to do the right thing. As I have described, this road closure Bradford Street is not about me. Furthermore, and other agenda items regarding the sportsman is a decision that will truly show your colors and how you view our community. I hope you will send a message that you are willing to do your part. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Silva.
All right, Mayor, I don't have any other hands raised at this time.
Okay. We will move on to the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are considered routine and will be voted on in one motion unless a council member or member of the public has a question or wishes to discuss an item. In that case, the item will be removed from the consent calendar and considered separately. Would any member of the council like any part of the consent calendar removed or considered separately? And Doug, I cannot see any hands raised with this setup I got.
I think Councilmember Such has her hands raised.
Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Such.
Oh, there. If I want to abstain from an item, does it have to be removed? It does, doesn't it?
It does, so that we can vote on it separately.
Okay, I want to abstain from item number 3.
Okay, so we'll just remove item number 3 and consider item 2, 4, or 5 unless any other council members have any other objections.
Okay, 1 second. Councilmember, okay, so I don't see anyone with any other objections, Mayor. So we'd be looking for a motion.
Okay, but we got to have some public comment on the consent calendar.
Yep.
Okay, so let's go and see if we have any public comment. And this is just on the consent calendar.
If you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 or use the raise your hand feature. Mayor, I do not see any hands raised.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council for a motion, but number 3 is set aside.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move on the consent calendar, which is items 2, 4, and 5, which are 2, 4, and 5.
Looking for a second.
Seconded.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Garaventa, second by Mayor Pro Tem Plummer. Mary Rose, roll call vote, please, on items 2, 4, and 5.
Mayor Hawkins,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Plummer,
Aye.
Councilmember Garaventa,
Aye.
Councilmember Sagerstrom,
Aye.
and Councilmember Such. Uh-oh, Doug, can we make sure that
Yeah.
Councilmember Such can unmute herself? But I did say I did
I can't, it's a global setting.
see. Yeah.
Aye.
Okay. Passes 5-0. And with the consent calendar, item number 3, we're bringing back. Would any member of the public like to comment on item number 3 of the consent calendar?
If you'd like to comment, press *9 or use the raise your hand feature. This is on city council minutes only. So Mayor, you have BZ Smith that would like to speak.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, BZ.
It's just a quick question. Is that agenda available for public view yet?
Yes, it should be online.
Okay, I'll check it out then. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, anyone else?
There's no other hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, let's bring it back to the council for a motion and or a second.
Well, was there any discussion? I didn't know if Colette wanted to say something.
Oh, I apologize.
You don't owe me an apology, Matt. I wasn't sure I was going to say something, but I'm abstaining from this just because it's 5 months of minutes. And although I read them, I did not have time to review the meetings. And so I can't vote for them. That's all.
Okay. Okay, any other council member discussion?
we have to deal with this, and I move to
No,
approve.
one second, Councilmember Sagerstrom had her hand up.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I guess I'd better use the raise hand function. But I would abstain as well. I did read the notes, but I was not on the council during that time period. So I felt that I abstain as well. So I don't know how many votes you need to pass this motion, but
We'll need the remaining three votes to pass.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I will move to approve item number 3 of the consent calendar, city council minutes for January 21, 2020 through June 15, 2020.
Second.
Okay, Mary Rose, we have Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and a second by Councilmember Garaventa. We're looking for a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Hawkins,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Plummer,
Aye.
Councilmember Garaventa,
Aye.
Councilmember Sagerstrom,
abstain.
and Councilmember Such.
Oh, hold on.
Sorry, we're having some difficulties with the screen, and so we're trying to make sure that it's only the council members talking at this point.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Abstain. I'll quit muting myself.
That's what I
Okay.
did myself as well, and it is awkward.
Okay, passes 3-0 and with 2 abstaining. Okay, on to public hearings. Item number 6, motion to approve the first reading and introduction of ordinance number 876, reading by title only, waiving further reading, and ordinance of the city council of the city of Sonora, amending chapter 2.08 officers' duties of title II administration and personnel of the Sonora Municipal Code, establish the offices of the appointed city clerk and appointed city treasurer. Mary Rose.
Mr. Mayor, this item is actually coming from your city attorney's office. Doug, would you like me to give an introduction, or would you like to? I can more than willing to.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So this item is in response to the voter approved of measures R and measures S on November 3rd, 2020. And those measures were to move from elected officials of both your city treasurer and elected city clerk into an appointed city clerk and city treasurer. And as we detailed both in the measures and through previous meetings, it's been quite a chore trying to get an interested citizen to run for election in these 2 particular positions. And so the council decided to bring it forth to the voters to see if we could get these positions filled by moving them from an elected position to an appointed position. And both of those measures were approved. So this ordinance is it's your first reading and introduction of ordinance 876. And it details how the appointment of these 2 positions, city clerk and city treasurer, will be made. As stated in the ordinance, the measures were established of the offices of appointed city clerk and a city treasurer. And according to this ordinance, the city administrator will have the power to appoint and dismiss a city clerk or city treasurer. The city administrator will also conduct performance reviews and set the salaries of the city clerk and city treasurer. The appointment and salaries of the city clerk and city treasurer will be subject to the city council's ratification. And so at this point, because as the city council is aware, and also because the public is aware, the city does not have the finances at this point to hire additional positions to fill the roles as a city clerk or a city treasurer. And so this ordinance would allow me as the city administrator to delegate the duties of a city clerk and a city treasurer to staff. And at this point, as if this ordinance were to be approved by the city council, my recommendation is I would then delegate those duties We already have a deputy city clerk at this point, Jody Sledge, who acts as our city clerk. She is a part-time position, so it is a relief for the city not to have a full-time position with weighted benefits, but she does the job very well, and she acts as the role as the city clerk. And presently, our administrative services officer, who also acts as our finance director, assumes the duties and performs the duties as the city treasurer. And so it's my recommendation, if the city council were to approve the first reading of 876, that the city administrator would delegate those duties of city treasurer and city clerk to those respective positions that are already established here within City Hall. And at this time, I will entertain any questions.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. How about the rest of the council?
And just one note, I'm sorry, I didn't clarify. The way the ordinance is read, it does give the ability, if the city so chose in the future, to actually have an appointed body within city clerk or city treasurer. It does give the council that discretion. However, at this time, due to the city financial situation, those duties would be delegated to staff at this moment.
Okay, do any council members have any questions or comments before we move it to public comment?
No.
Nope.
Okay, let's move to public comment on the public hearing.
Yeah, if you'd like to make a public comment, again, this is on the city clerk, city treasurer item. If you'd like to make a comment, please use the raise your hand function or press *9, which will raise your hand if you're on a rotary phone. Mayor, I do not see any hands raised.
Okay, I was hoping all those people would be there for this public hearing. Okay, so we'll bring it back to the council, and I guess for further discussion or a motion in their second.
Okay, yeah, I do have a question. On page 68, there's item in here is item section 2.08.040 city engineer. I'm assuming that this is part of the previous, that part is already in the chapter 2.08.
Yes.
And it's just, it's not, but that's not what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the other part.
Yes.
Just
yes. That is correct. So that part of the city engineer is part of the overall ordinance, but we're dealing mostly with now the creation of the 2 appointed positions. The city engineer is also an appointed position.
Right, but those 2 paragraphs already exist in that ordinance. I gotcha. Okay, correct. Thank you.
Okay.
And if no one else then is gonna wants any discussion, then I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion to approve the first reading and introduce ordinance 876, reading by title only, waiving further reading, an ordinance of the city council amending chapter 2.08, officers' duty of title II, administration and personnel, the Sonora Municipal Code, to establish the offices of the appointed city clerk and the appointed city treasurer.
I will second that.
Okay, got a motion by Councilmember Garaventa and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Plummer. Mary Rose, roll call vote, please.
Mayor Hawkins?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Plummer?
Aye.
Councilmember Garaventa?
Aye.
Councilmember Sagerstrom?
Aye.
And Councilmember Such?
Aye.
Okay, and I muted out there for a second.
Mr. Mayor, it passed 5-0.
Okay, I apologize. Something weird on my phone here. Okay, so public hearing of ordinance 876 passes 5-0. Okay, on to the one I believe everybody is here for tonight. Under new business, item number 7, consideration to provide direction to staff concerning potential fines against City of Sonora business, the Sportsman Incorporated LLC, located at 90 South Washington Street, Sonora, California. Before we get going on all of this, I would like to ask everyone for any comments, whether for or against or neither, to please be respectful. We'll be limiting them to 3 minutes. And again, I'm just asking that everybody's got an opinion in this. And again, there's some emotions here. Please be respectful. Remember, we still live in the same small town, in the same small county. So that's all I have to say. And Mary Rose.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, council members, the item before you is asking the council to provide direction to staff in regards to the issuance of an administrative citation for the Sportsman Incorporated located on South Washington Street. The city of Sonora has been under a state of emergency since March 13, 2020, due to the novel COVID-19 pandemic. On April 6, 2020, the city of Sonora adopted a resolution consenting to the enforcement of all health laws issued by the Tuolumne County Health Officer. Additionally, Urgency Ordinance 866 was adopted by the city of Sonora, which provides an enforcement mechanism through an administrative citation process for those in violation of state and local health orders. Specifically, in Section 2 of this urgency ordinance, it states that all orders that will be issued by the Tuolumne County Health Officer shall be deemed automatically adopted by the city as the date of issuance and shall be binding to all individuals within the city of Sonora. The City of Sonora's Urgency Ordinance 866 provides an alternate enforcement option, carrying fines of $250 for the first violation, $500 for the second violation, and $1,000 for subsequent violations. Under the council's policy direction, myself, along with the police chief, as the enforcement officers of the city, have continued to take an educational approach in regards to the implementation of state and local orders. We have worked with many businesses to seek compliance through education, working hand in hand with Tuolumne County Public Health Department, and have yet to issue any fines to any City of Sonora businesses. We as staff on a daily basis are weighted with the task of keeping the health and safety of the community, along with maintaining the economical health of our businesses. Our city cannot survive without our businesses thriving. With that in mind, the city has received numerous complaints along with the photographs regarding violations of county order and Sonora Municipal Code by the City of Sonora business, The Sportsman, located on South Washington Street. On Saturday, December 12, 2020, The Sportsman held a celebration of life event located within their bar business that was attended by many patrons. The event sold beer to patrons at $2 a beer, and many of the patrons did not mask or maintain any physical distancing. Under the state and local orders, all gatherings with members of other households are prohibited, except as expressly permitted herein. All individuals shall stay home or at their place of residence, except as necessary to conduct activities associated with the operation, maintenance, or usage of critical infrastructure, as required by law or as permitted in the order. The Sportsman has violated the county order and also violated the Sonora Municipal Code through the following through the following actions: allowing patrons to participate in a private gathering indoors, failure to require 100% masking and physical distancing in all patrons, allowing alcohol to be purchased and consumed where a meal was not also served. The business has been referred to the Alcohol Control ABC the Alcohol Beverage Control ABC by the Tuolumne County Public Health Department and the Sonora Police Department. As per ordinance number 866, administrative citations may be issued by your city administrator. And so it is my intent within this item, the city administrator has the ability to issue this fine. What I am seeking from the council at this moment is whether or not there is direction to work in a different direction with this business. At this point also, I wanted to remind the council that on the April 6th meeting in which the council did approve the resolution and urgency ordinance 866, it was at that time that the council also gave direction to staff that in the event that any fines would be issued to a business, that the city council would be made aware of those fines and done so in a public setting. So this is why this issue is being brought up in front of the city council. I also would like to share with the city council And I just need to share my screen here for a moment. Hold on. So I don't know if you see this. This is one of the pictures that we saw throughout the night in which the violation took place. Can everybody see this picture, council members?
Yes,
Yes.
thank you.
So as you can tell, the bar is extremely crowded. I don't see any masks being worn at this point. As by the woman drinking the beer, we can see that beer was obviously served, and there was no social distancing at any point. And then also just as a reinforcement in the notion of the selling of the beer, although it was held as a private event, it was advertised publicly on Facebook with the $2 a beer advertising through the Sportsman. So at this point, I will entertain any, let me just stop my sharing. Any comments from the council in regards to any direction that you would like to give myself as a city administrator or the police chief in regards to administrative citations for the Sportsman?
Do any council members have any questions or comments?
I do.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Hey, Rose, did we, have there been any previous violations or let's call it teaching events where we sent letters or in any other way reprimanded prior behavior? Or is this an event for this?
To my knowledge, there has not. So as far as our education and compliance division that we work hand in hand with in Tuolumne County, all complaints to businesses are handled first and foremost at the Tuolumne County Public Health Department. And Public Health then does education and follows up with the business. If there is non-compliance through that educational capacity, then it is then forwarded to the city of Sonora. Nothing has been forwarded to the city of Sonora in regards to compliance from a business perspective. Now, where I will differentiate Councilmember Plummer, Pro Tem Plummer, is this was not a business activity. This was a private gathering, which is, again, a prohibited activity under the stay-at-home order. So if we're looking at it from a business compliance perspective, that's one thing that would have been handled from the public health department, but this was a specific event, a private event held that is expressly prohibited under the order.
Okay, well, so it's not really a business event then. Have any other private parties or private people been educated, fined, or anything else for, let's say, having 14 people at their Thanksgiving dinner or that type of thing? As I recall, the rules were supposed to be no more than 3 separate households and 12 people. Yeah, I have.
Sure. So again, we act.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So the way that we only act from a complaint-driven mechanism. So we do not go out and look for enforcing of businesses or for individuals for that matter. We are complaint-driven only. So I have not heard of any complaints, and the police chief can speak to that matter as well, of any community members that have voiced complaints about individuals participating in a private Thanksgiving dinner with multiple households. However, the amount of complaints we received from the public in regards to the Sportsman was numerous.
Thank you very much.
Any other council members have any questions or?
Mayor, I think Councilmember Such has a hand up.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember Such.
Thank you. I just want some clarification of a sentence, and it's under discussion, and it's the 4th line down under discussion. The orders prohibit private gatherings of any size, comma, closed sector operations except for critical infrastructure and retail, and require 100% masking and physical distancing. in all others. I think that's a really confusing sentence. And I mean, the first line is that the first part, the orders prohibit private gatherings of any size, is perfectly clear. And is it saying that the orders prohibit closed sector operations? Except,
Yeah, so that was taken directly out of the health officer order. So
right.
that is
I
the
saw-
language that they have, and then they go into detail about the prohibition on any gathering of households. And let me just make sure I'm reading this correctly. That it.
So I have,
The orders prohibit private gatherings of any size, closed sector operations except for critical infrastructure. So any type of operations outside of critical infrastructure and retail, and
Yes.
require 100% masking and physical distancing in all others.
doesn't it require 100% masking in all of them?
That's the wording exactly how the state wrote it. I've taken it right directly from them.
Just a really poorly written sentence. That was, and so the sectors that have to be closed, so the public is clear, is bars. Gyms can operate at 10%, I believe, or no?
No, they're 100% closed at this moment.
I looked at the wording in here. That's not, it looks
Make sure I give them a hug.
good.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Such, I couldn't hear you.
It just, in some of the supporting documents, and I can reference you to them. It looked like gyms were allowed to stay open at 10% in our tier, but okay. And then okay, those are just my comments. I just think it's a very poorly worded sentence and especially confusing for the public who need to know this stuff. That's it. Thanks.
And Councilmember Such, I can ask Doug for clarification, but I believe in the purple tier, they can be open at 10%, but now that we're on the full stay at home outside of the purple tier, I believe they're on full closure. Do you know if, I thought in our discussions with public health and Chief Vanderwell, if you're on the line, in public health, they stated that gyms were supposed to be in full closure at this point.
Yeah, go ahead, Chief. Go ahead, Chief.
I say that's correct. It has to do with the purple tier versus the stay-at-home order. So once we're back in the purple tier, they would be open.
So it's kind of confusing. I'll get it. Things change on a day-to-day. We are technically in a purple tier. However, now because we've reached that 15% below ICU capacity, we're under that automatic stay-at-home order mandate, which is more stringent than the purple tier. So it looks like when you go on that roadmap, it says that we're under purple, but because of the ICU capacity, we're actually beyond the purple. We're in an official stay-at-home.
Okay, I mean, I was just going on the supporting documents that attach to this. And sorry, because I think that clarification is important. And if that's the state public health messaging, they need to clean it up a little bit, because I would read this document and think I could go to a gym as long as it was only occupied at the 10% level. There's nothing about the stay-at-home order. So that's it. Thanks.
So, council member, just so we're real clear, the stay-at-home order is a separately issued item from the public health officer, and it's a metric that's been set for the governor. In terms of when we go below 15%, the 15% threshold. Most of this information, when it comes out, and just so we're all operating with the same stuff, set of facts. This is not stuff that the city puts out. This is stuff that's put out by the state of California or for the public health officer, and things that we as a city don't have discretion about whether or not we want. It's the law. That's just the way it is. So, so that's the framework when we which. So we don't independently notify businesses or anything else like that. Those sectors are responsible for watching the public health officer's webpage, as well as the state of California, to figure out how and when they can operate. And it's also why, the first way that we lead in when we get complaints, it's typically through education.
Okay, thank you, Doug. Any other questions or comments from the council? Are there any other hands raised?
Cody's phone, I got you. I'll come up when your time is up.
Okay, so I just want to say something before we go to public comment real quick. And, you know, I wanted to let everybody know, I know there's been some questions on irritations, I can't blame them whatsoever, about our fine schedule that we have. And part of the fine schedule, the biggest reason we started the whole thing with the fines was because, everybody's still able to hear me, correct, Mary Rose?
Yes.
Okay. One of the biggest reasons that I voted for the fines versus anything else was because it took it from a criminal thing to an administrative thing. The city of Sonora, as far as I know, has not levied any fines to this day. And, you know, when we reached out at one point, I believe, to the governor's office and to our legal, it was, well, you know, they get misdemeanors. Well, where do misdemeanors go? Misdemeanors go to jail. Well, that's crazy. That is absolutely crazy to put somebody in jail over something that needs to be handled administratively. So that definitely needs to be out there. I know that our city hall has gotten many calls from Senator Harris's office checking up on us, wanting to know what businesses are breaking the law. And also the governor's office has definitely reached out to us a lot. And with that, with the governor's office reaching out, the governor has his team that has came up here. I know one particular store had to deal with them, and from what I understand, they weren't too kind or too nice with their education. So, you know, we've had to do some things basically to keep those two groups from, you know, trying to do more harm up here. Again, I'm just one person on this council speaking, but that's some of the reasons why we've done some of the things we have done. So, I guess before we move on to public comment, just making sure, do any other council members or any council members have any questions or comments?
We don't.
Not at this point.
Mayor, just so we're all on the same page, because you make a really good point. So one of the reasons that it's in there is not just so that we don't have the criminal thing. It is so that we can try to keep state regulators from coming in and fining and putting other folks out of business. That's one of the huge targets, because if we don't take care of our own business and it becomes the higher profile it becomes, the more you see the state government step in and they send groups of regulators that have had to deal with that in other cities.
Yeah, and thank you, Doug, for saying that. I mean, it really bothers me because there's some out there in the public not telling the whole truth of why we made decisions the way we did. Even a couple of county supervisors that won't be supervisors here in a couple of weeks. And the fact remains is that this council really has tried to look out for the businesses. I don't like any of this. I have a lot of serious disagreements with this governor and of the things that have happened. I don't believe science has been correctly followed. Now, again, that part is my opinion. But I can tell you that at least on my end, I know several of the council members that we've discussed this when we discussed this publicly, you know, we've really tried to do our best to defend the people of Sonora and the businesses in Sonora. And even though it may not look like it, we're busting our humps trying to do that. So, you know, that's pretty much all I have to say.
And a mayor reminder before you open up, people will be limited to 3 minutes.
Yes. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, the situation that we had talked about earlier, I need you to take over this part of the meeting for a few minutes while I deal with something, and then I will come back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I definitely want to get some more comments in, but I do have to take care of a situation that just won't go away.
Remember to mute your phone and turn off your video.
Yeah.
Glad I didn't absent myself momentarily to go put some wood on the fire. That would have been more than awkward. So that brings us to public comment. And we have 3 minutes allotted per per person for public comment. Mary Rose, do you keep track of the time or?
I do. Doug, do you want me to go through the public comment and keep track of the time?
Yeah, if you can do that. So we'll give, so just a reminder for the public at the 30-second, we'll tell you at 30 seconds and then fairly closely at once you hit your time, we'll let you know. You can finish your last sentence and then we mute you. So, so with that, if you'd like to make a public comment, please use the raise your hand function. You can find that under participants, or you can press *9 if you're on a phone. I will do another round and make sure anybody who vigorously, I think I had Cody's phone earlier, who kind of was waving their hands. And so we'll bring them up so that they can, so we'll do one look like that as well. And with that, Mayor, your first speaker is Alex's iPhone.
Go ahead, Alex.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, I want to speak in I guess my statement is that we should not be finding any local business owners during a time of year, especially coming up to the Christmas holiday, but this has been quite the year, as everybody knows. And I understand the implications here in regards to state orders, emergency orders, and everything that was just mentioned about that team, for example, that's visited us and visited a local business. We are here to protect our community. The state has its priorities, and it is my firm conviction that we should not be setting a precedent of fining local businesses that are barely staying afloat. They're doing the best they can. The gentleman that spoke earlier, I believe he was the owner of the Sportsman.
No.
Or whoever spoke at the very beginning, it looked like he had a prepared speech of some sort. He said it well. I was listening very, very closely to what he said. This is a local community, and we should not be setting such precedents. The city, I have a question, but I know it's not Q&A time. What grounding, I know there's an ordinance. What legal grounding do we have as a city to be imposing those kinds of fines and citations on local business owners? It's a question that needs to be looked at very closely. Now, I'm a health professional. I've been in the health professional world for 15 years, and I've looked closely to these PCR testing and the masks, and the science behind such things is very questionable. I encourage everybody to look at the current review of the Drosten report on PCR testing, because that's what's driving all this, all these positive tests. Look at this review. It's from the medical professionals of Sweden, and they have grave concerns on the accuracy of PCR testing. So before we go fining local businesses, I suggest we do our due diligence and look at the available science and question it, because now it's impacting our local community. So I recommend everybody look into that report. It's called.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. It's called, give me 1 second here.
30 seconds.
It's called the Corman-Drosten Review Report. Corman-Drosten Review Report by dozens of doctors from the great country of Sweden, who's looked closely into this. So I suggest everybody review that and have the local public health officials review it, and consider that before any such order or fine is done on any local business. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So Doug is our next caller. Preston and Colleen. Leslie?
Yes, I can see the Mayor Pro Tem. Doug, are you still on?
Yeah, I asked you to unmute.
Hey, the Leslie family, please go ahead. We're listening.
Okay, well, to start, you have to turn yours off. No, turn it off.
We'll wait a second and let you get that off, and then we'll restart the time.
Sorry, thank you. You have to turn your volume off. I turned it all the way down.
There you go. You're good now.
Okay. Well, to start, we feel like we're prey to some crazy witch hunt. We bought the Sportsman 2 years ago and realized the bar, we're a bar that sells guns. You guys called it the Good Old Boys Club. We're basically deemed the Trump Nazi headquarters of Tuolumne County, unfairly. I believe that we're going to be made an example of because of it. I've been called a murderer over this. I've had actual death threats. This is completely ridiculous. People hoping my whole family catches COVID and dies. I've been told that if I was to become sick, I should be refused medical treatment. And why? Because I had a party to honor a loved one and to raise money for her children. I don't have COVID, by the way. I was previously tested before the event, and I've recently been tested since the event. I'm sorry to all the people listening right now that wish me dead, but I was and still am negative. Everyone that was at this event was family and close friends. All of us had already been directly or indirectly in contact with one another since the passing of Sarah. No one there, to our knowledge, was infected or sick. There's plenty of people that decided not to come because either they didn't feel comfortable or they might have been sick with something and didn't want a chance of someone else getting sick. I'd also like to point out that it's been 9 full days since the event and not one person has come down sick. Not one. We're not monsters. Like we've been being treated over this. Remember, we're the ones sponsoring your kids' little league teams and buying your kids animals at the fair. Try to get Walmart or Lowe's to sponsor anything for our community. You basically sat there, well, not the board so much, but the administrator, and called me a liar by insisting that I've sold beer when I stated 1,000,000 times here and over the phone with her, my husband did, that we did not sell one thing that night. The beer was not even bought by the Sportsman. I had privately purchased all the beer on my own with our own money from Costco the day before. I can prove all this 100%. And if I'm pushed so far as I need to have a lawyer step in, I guess that's what's going to happen. Another violation I have kept hearing over and over again is the purchase of alcohol without food. Well, I wish you guys would have done a little, more looking into this, because part of our permit is to serve hot food. So we actually do serve. We have a menu. We serve hot food. We do not have a kitchen, but we're regulated just like every other restaurant. And we buy from our vendors and we serve already cooked food that we preheat. So we've been in 100% compliance with the city, county, state. I've closed down when asked. I've not taken advantage of city or state for monetary help. I honestly don't know how much longer the Sportsman can stay open. I'm going as fast as I can.
Yeah, you're gonna wait, Mary. We waited on you.
The total hypocrisy of this all is that anyone can sit down looking down at me right now and actually consider to fine me for opening 3 hours by allowing Petri dishes like Walmart to stay open. I have videos from last few days of ridiculous public gatherings going on down every single aisle in Walmart. Complete strangers rubbing against each other. You could honestly make an example of me and go home and feel right about this? I did not open to become the middle finger to the government or to go against the city. This was not a political stance or to pit one group against the other. I did not want to be the face of opposition.
Can you just hold for one second?
Cut me off?
No, just hold on one second. Mayor Pro Tem, I don't think the mayor's on right now.
Yes.
Can I ask, because they're the owners, can I ask that the council allow them time to finish?
I was intending to do that. They are the individuals most concerned with this, and I think it's only fair that they get a chance to air their position as thoroughly as possible. It's not like public comment per se, and I would have actually invited them to be part of the presentation as the first person speaking. I'm glad they're the second, but I would say yes, please do and continue.
Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. To be honest, I've rushed through this whole thing. I don't even know, I've left out so many parts. I wouldn't even know where to pick up, but mostly my last statement, I guess, is, I didn't open to be like the middle finger to the government or to go against the city. We've been closed. We've been compliant. This is not a political stance. It wasn't to pit one group against another. I didn't want to be the face of opposition to the executive orders. But I mean, backed into a corner, we're gonna fight. And if we're gonna be labeled the bad guy, I mean, we'll make sure we live up to the title. That's it. I mean, if we're gonna be made the example of, when all of these other Walmart and Lowe's and everywhere else, I was in Walmart yesterday without a mask. Not one person in that whole store told me to put one on. And there are lines all the way the whole width of that store. You cannot walk down one aisle without touching another person. Where we did, I knew every single person that was there. Every single person I can name. Every single person that already had direct contact with me or with the family, or indirect contact where that person was over at the house saying their condolences to the family yesterday. And then I went in the next day. I mean, we were all in contact with each other. So if one of us was sick, we would have all got it anyway. So we got together. This had nothing to do with, making a stand or do anything. We were a family and we were friends that needed to be together. And if you guys want to make the example of us, go ahead. But just know, like anything, you back us into a corner, we're gonna fight this all the way, and we're gonna have backing.
Oh.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You may find that some of the council members will ask you other questions relative when it comes back to us. So I hope you will stay on the Zoom call. Thank you.
Mayor, next would be Nathan Hawkins.
So Nathan, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a few, like one or two questions for, I believe her name was Leslie, and any member of the council that can answer.
I'm sorry, but you really have to direct your comments to the council.
Okay. So is the sportsman being fined as a business or as the individual who I guess organized the gathering?
So Nathan, we answer questions at the end after public comment has been closed. So this is just your opportunity to make any statements that you want. And if you have any question, again, we'll try to answer it at the end after public comment has been closed.
Nathan has been muted.
He remuted himself. I'm trying to get him to.
Okay, I'll just wait till questions then. Thank you.
So Nathan, there is no Q&A. This is you have the opportunity to address the council and tell them anything that you'd like answered or make any kind of statement. But there's no back and forth Q&A. That's not how this works. So you make your comments here, and then once everything's done and closed, then we'll answer questions at the end.
And you only get one chance at bat. So if you have anything more you would like to say, now is the time to say it.
Okay. I will just wait until the end, I guess. Thank you.
Okay.
So Doug, is Tristan Salatea our next speaker?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, Tristan, please go ahead.
Well, I'm sort of disappointed that at this period of time, there are 20 people dead now. The rate of acceleration of deaths, the rate of acceleration of infection is growing larger all the time. And this has happened largely because of not addressing the behavior that needs to be addressed. Now we've reached this chaotic sort of a point. And I'm listening to the people who own the place, who don't understand the biology of viral transmission. Apparently, virtually no one on the board does. Since this epidemic has been around so long, it seems like everybody would have taken the several hours necessary to study the science. find out what's going on. That's about all I got to comment on. I think the fine part, I'm not sure, I guess I could maybe edify you. These people violated the grouping together. The law, the business part of it is a different story. That's all.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, we have Robin's iPhone. Robin, please go ahead.
I just wanted to make a couple of comments on it that I would like the council to consider before they make a final decision on whether to fine or not. I have lived local for 15 years. I do work in law enforcement. I'm not going to comment on what department I work for, but I do understand the fundamentals of following the law and the letter of the law versus the spirit of the law. I'd also like to point out that it's been said numerous times that this was for a funeral. And I believe the guidelines, if you guys would look at it, say that there is a capacity of 30 people for a funeral for a private party, not 12. It also said that the council may issue a fine, not shall, in the statements that were originally read of what the sportsman had violated. They had no previous infractions. I think that it would be more reasonable to have an educational discussion with them on why what they did may have not met the guidelines. I'd also like to have it considered and make sure that this is actually a legal law that they're breaking, since the Sutter Superior Court Judge, Sarah Heckman, ruled that dozens of the executive orders that Newsom issued overstepped his authority and was an unconstitutional exercise of legislative power. She broadly barred to him, and this is a quote, barred him from exercising any power under the California Emergency Services Act, which amend, alter, change existing statutory law, or make new statutory law or legislative policy. And that was June of this year. So I would like you guys to consider that and really decide whether they have in fact violated any laws versus just made possibly a poor decision on the number of people that they had gathered there. Do we even have confirmation that there were over 30 people there at any one given time? And I'm going to end my comment now.
Thank you very much, Robin. Mr. Mayor, are you ready to take over again? Okay, if Doug will unmute you, I will.
Sorry.
He's over to you.
Excellent. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. I apologize. I had no choice but to step away there for a minute. So I do thank you very much. Okay.
You don't have any holes in you or new holes?
Not yet. Okay, so on with public comment. Doug, who is next?
Lori Lehman would be next, Mayor.
Excellent. Go ahead, Lori.
Oh. Okay, hi. All right, I would just like to say that this is not just about the sportsmen. Right now, currently, we have gyms, salons, hair salons, restaurants serving outdoors with waitresses. We have nail salons and bars all open in downtown Sonora. So the reason why they're defying these orders, publicly sticking up the finger, because nobody's enforcing anything. And they have all been educated. They all know that they're doing this and they're not supposed to be doing this. And that's because our police and sheriff, and I love you, I'm sorry, I hate to have to say this, but you basically told them that nobody's gonna do anything about it. And so I feel like it's time for the police department that works at the pleasure of the city council to begin doing the fining that needs to be done. And the reason why our numbers are so great is because of this kind of behavior. And to say that it's okay to have 30 people at a funeral, that wasn't indoors with no masks. Maybe 30 people outdoors, but this was really, these people knew that they weren't supposed to do this. They needed to gather. She died alone. You know, she was part of the good old boys club, but this was inappropriate. Everybody is having to give up on these things right now. Everybody, you are not any different than anybody else in this county. Thank you. I'm so aggravated.
Okay, Doug, thank you, Lori. Who is next?
Boyd and Mary Hinson. I hope I said that right.
Oh, Boyd and Mary Henson, yes.
Okay, are we unmuted?
Yes.
Okay, I am Colleen's mother that owns the Sportsman, and those were my 4 grandchildren that lost their mother. That was our son's ex-wife that passed away. We were going to have an event. It wasn't a celebration of life. It was not a funeral. We were going to get together for the kids to show our love and support, friends and family. We had nowhere we could have it. Our house was too small. My daughter volunteered the Sportsman because it was bigger. I guess we could have been sneaky and put paper up around all the windows and the doors so people that drove by or walked by couldn't see him, but we didn't do that. And we were probably wrong for doing that. It was a private event. There was somebody at the door at all times. We knew everybody that was in there. They came, they went. We did have food in there. I personally even ate a hot dog. A lot of people wore masks. My husband Boyd has stage 4 cancer. He wore a mask and a shield, and there was a lot of other people that did. But it's hard. I don't know how you can make somebody wear a mask. And as far as I've been educated, it is not a law. It's a mandate, but it's not a law. And I couldn't make somebody do that. It was a 3-hour event. It was a $2 donation. Everybody keeps saying they sold beer, they sold beer, they sold beer. They did not sell beer. It was bought by my daughter. I believe she got it at Costco the day before. I feel that the city administrator is using the Sportsman as an example. They have never been even had a citation. They've never had anybody come in there, give them a warning. They haven't even had a citation. I know other restaurants and businesses in Sonora that have received warnings and have gotten citations, but the Sportsman's never had one. They closed down, they've followed all the rules, and it just seems like they're being made an example of. And partly because of, as we just heard the gal before me, that everybody thinks we're part of the good old boys, or because of political beliefs, I believe that they're being singled out. I think that the city council should have the best interests of Sonora's small business, and I don't think that that's happening right now. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I'm not Communist China.
Thank you very much, Boyd and Mary. Okay, Doug, who is next?
2 seconds, Mayor. Just trying to get the Carly Fox is next.
Okay, go ahead, Carly.
Thank you, council members. I know we are all so grateful to the many local businesses who have made a tremendous effort to follow health mandates and prioritize the safety of our community during a global crisis. Sadly, some downtown businesses like Rustic Roses and the Sportsman have instead put our small community at risk by holding large indoor maskless gatherings, spreading harmful conspiracy theories, and refusing to follow the mask mandate. Such reckless behavior is in fact anti-small business, anti-worker, and anti-community. And while we all, of course, sympathize with the loss of a beloved bartender at the Sportsman and understand the importance of holding a memorial service for loved ones, for the Sportsmen to do so in the middle of a global pandemic that has taken the lives of over 300,000 Americans felt like a slap in the face to the countless Americans who've had to hold funerals over the impersonal medium of Zoom and were not able to be with their loved ones in their last hours. Indeed, the adult son of one of our own beloved local doctors had the heartbreaking experience of saying goodbye to his own father over a computer screen. As a community, we do not tolerate drunk driving, selling alcohol to minors, or speeding, as we realize that such individual choices may put the larger safety of our community at risk. The sportsman's recent behavior may well lead to the loss of another life in our small community, which is already reeling from the collective grief of having lost 20 citizens to COVID. To not hold the sportsman responsible, I worry will only empower other businesses to engage in the such shameful behavior. I also urge our community to stop with the violent rhetoric. As many of you know, I have been publicly critical of Rustic Roses for their refusal to follow the mask mandate and for plastering their windows with dangerous conspiracy theories from extremists like Alex Jones, who is most well known for claiming Sandy Hook massacre was a hoax and attacking grieving parents. In response to my concerns, I have been called a quote, miserable piece of worthless shit, been told I shouldn't have my rights stripped, been told I should be run out of town. Adult men have posted my picture on Facebook along with information about where I work and threatened to come to California to quote, give me a rude awakening. I've also been called both a communist and a Nazi. The leader of our local secessionist movement has also suggested that we tar and feather city council members. This violent rhetoric is unbecoming of so-called Christians and those who claim to cherish freedom, freedom of speech, and democracy. It has no place in a civic society, and I urge our community members to stop normalizing it, whether it's directed at me or Miss Leslie. I hope city council members will send a strong message to our community tonight that you will not tolerate heedless and dangerous behavior from local businesses.
30 seconds.
I urge you to hold the sportsmen accountable for putting the lives of our community members at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Carly. Okay, Doug, who is next?
So next would be Michelle's iPad, Michelle H's iPad, Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, Michelle. We are listening.
Still muted, Doug.
No, I asked her or him or her to unmute. They gotta click the button.
It won't.
Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go.
Okay. First, I want to say that the Leslies are our good friends and neighbors. They are involved in our community in a very positive way. I keep hearing city council quote that these guidances are law, and there is no law on the books for any of this COVID things that are going, masks, closing your businesses. It's not a law. It's called guidance, and there is no way to be for something that there's no law code, civil code for. I'm not in favor of any funding. I'm thankful for our police and sheriff who have abstained from any of going out on any of these calls. And it's just a slippery slope if we are our friends and neighbors' businesses. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Doug.
2 seconds. The two-step process. Missy would be next, Mayor.
Yeah, the city council Rose girl, she kept saying, this is the law. This is a law. It's not, there's no.
Okay, and you said Missy was next?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Okay, go ahead, we're listening.
Hey, when it was brought up that why should the businesses pay any heed to the lockdown, because they're saying that it's because the sheriff and the police won't do anything about it. But basically, I think it's why should they pay any attention when you have Lowe's, Walmart, Safeway, Save Mart, all the big stores packed in there, and yes, nobody has masks on. It's just ridiculous. You either hit every single one of them or you hit none of them. So there you go. I mean, you could make thousands off those big stores. That's all I have.
Thank you, Missy. Okay, Doug.
Okay. So the next one, Mayor, would be a phone number with the last three of 384. I'm going to ask you to unmute, and remember with phones, you press *6 to unmute yourself.
The last three digits of 384.
Hi, my name's Robert Frobos. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to have the council members look through the lens of liberty, look through the lens of personal responsibility and your oath that you took when you became council members. The city should not be choosing what business can stay open and which ones have to close. The evidence doesn't support that a restaurant is more likely to spread COVID than a Walmart. There was a recent ruling in San Diego that the court ruled that the restaurants could stay open, that there wasn't any evidence that COVID was spread at a restaurant. And then I realized that now the appellate court has put a stay on that order and stuff, but it doesn't take away the fact that the evidence isn't there. I want to point out a couple of numbers. In South Dakota, that has had no lockdowns throughout this whole time, they have 143 deaths per 100,000 people. New York, which has had all kinds of lockdowns, restaurants closed, have 184 deaths per 100,000. So when somebody pointed out that the evidence shows that the reason COVID is being worse now than before is because we're not following these guidelines, that's not true. Because other places that have been on lockdown for 9 months have not still have huge problems. The ordinance and rules that you guys have passed can't trump the Constitution. People's right to liberty, people's right to try to make a living. You can't shut these small businesses down but yet leave Walmart open. And as far as the governor sending a team here, send them back. Tell them to go home. Tell them to go to the, what was it, the laundry, the French laundry?
30 seconds, sir.
Tell them to go, when they come here again, tell them to go to the French laundry in Napa. There's a place they can meet there. We've all seen it. I would hope that the council tonight would not impose any fines. And when I talk about personal responsibility, people that are concerned that they may catch COVID, stay home. People that are healthy, the odds are you won't have a problem.
Thank you very much. Okay, Doug, who is next?
Mayor Dibble would be next.
You said Dibble?
Yes, sir, Dibble.
Oh, okay, go ahead, we're listening.
So I'm going to draw all your attention to the Declaration of the United States, Declaration of Independence, that all men are endowed certain unalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Nowhere among these unalienable rights is mentioned safety. Your safety is your own. It's not the government's. It's not mine. It's not the person next to you. Your safety is your own responsibility. I'm not bringing statistics about this illness to light because frankly they are irrelevant. We the people have set a poor precedent by allowing our representatives power over our safety. I'm here to request you, the council members, our representatives, to remember your place and your responsibility. My health and the health of others not being one. Those who feel unsafe can take their safety into their own hands. Lockdowns, shutdowns, and other restrictions placed on businesses, people needing to make a living, people needing jobs and a place to go. That's not your responsibility. If I'm scared, if I feel that I am unwell and unfit to be in public at a time that a disease is going around, whether it be the COVID, the flu, the swine flu, or just the common cold, I can take the necessary precautions to procure my own safety. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Okay, Doug, who is next?
Mayor Sue would be next.
Okay, go ahead, Sue.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make a couple remarks here and kind of just ask everybody that's on this Zoom meeting, you know, when did one life become more important than another? I mean, everybody's worried about, you know, contracting COVID, but what about the lives of these essential people out here that own businesses? Everybody's essential if they have to put food on the table for their family, right? So when did their life become less than somebody else's? Each person needs to be responsible for themselves. It's not us as individuals to be responsible for others. I don't wear a mask in public because I don't want to. If Joe Schmo over there wants to wear one, then more power to him. He can wear one whenever he wants. I don't wear one. And Newsom's power has been taken away as he is in a lawsuit with Kevin Kiley about his abuse of power. And the board stated earlier that they're on the side of the business owners. Well, why don't you, Board of Supervisor members, have the power to push back against the local health officers and say no more? You have that power. Why don't you use it? And push back against the health officers and tell them no more unconstitutional lockdowns, that you are destroying small businesses here in Sonora. You guys, they need to get off the backs of the business owners, and the sportsman has been under constant attack from other groups since the BLM protests. One of them went into their business and started a ruckus, which spread all over like fire on social media and made the liberals in our town constantly attack them. They have been a target continuously since BLM. BLM comes into our town, has their protests, unmasked, no social distancing, nobody says anything. But the sportsman has a memorial for a woman who passed away in our town for their family, and all of a sudden they're a constant target. I mean, come on, guys, wake up. This isn't fair. Carly Fox, I'm going to throw your name out there. I see you all over social media bashing the sportsmen, bashing Rustic Roses, bashing people who are fending for their families, feeding them, and just trying to live on with their lives. You are trying to destroy their lives at the same time claiming that you're all for saving lives against COVID. Maybe you should back off, people. I mean, these business owners have it hard enough right now.
30 seconds.
Leave them alone and let them tend to their lives. Thank you for allowing me to speak. You guys all have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, if you could please remind the public about decorum on their videos. If they cannot practice decorum to speakers, then we will turn off videos.
Yes, so let's please be kind to one another. We'll have to turn off the videos if we can't. I'm not sure because I didn't see anything, but you know, again, it's unnecessary if we're, I don't know, we just need to be kind. So please, let's be kind.
Okay, Mayor, so this is gonna be a little confusing because we have two people on here with iPhones, so I'm gonna unmute them and then, but I don't know which one it is because they both have the same name registered in, so.
If, Mr. Mayor, for a second, point of order.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
If we could remind our speakers that they're addressing the council and not other members of the public.
Yes, thank you.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, so iPhone, I've now unmuted you. There's two of you, so try speaking, and if you're not, you're probably the one I'm still muted.
Mine came up unmuted.
You're good. You're good.
Then
Okay.
you're good to go.
Okay, so I'm Amy Rudloff. We live in Tuolumne County. We're small business owners here, and I also have my family-owned small business from Amador County. But we know the Leslies very well. They're really good friends of ours. And I would just like to point out a couple things based on the lady who called in to talk about how the businesses downtown that are still open because our law enforcement is not enforcing that. Obviously, she's not a business owner. And I don't know if any of you guys are either that's on the council, but I can tell you right now from what has happened to our businesses, my family's business, which is a restaurant, and watching people close down, people who've had restaurants and other businesses for years have to close down. I don't really understand what they think or what you guys think these businesses are supposed to do. I guess just shut down and close our doors, because last time I checked, this county thrives off of its small businesses. Also, I'm going to take up the point of exactly what Colleen said earlier. Our fair, I wonder how many of these people, including the lady who snitched and took pictures and a video because she has nothing better to do in her life, I wonder how many animals she's purchased from these kids at fairs, and how many times she's gone down to support her local community, kids and 4-H's and Girl Scouts, and sponsor, soccer teams or baseball teams or softball teams or any of that. These businesses that are the ones that they want you to come after is because they're not the business owners in this county, which is the ones that hold this county together and keep the county going. And to me, it makes me really sad if you guys are willingly going to start fining these businesses because of this stuff. Here's the deal. You start fining them because she did what she did. And now how many businesses do you think are going to be turned in now? How many businesses do you think are going to have these people coming to record and turn them in because that's all that those other people know how to do? And all these businesses are going to start getting fined and being hurt and shut down, and liquor licenses removed from ABC. I mean, to me, you make a stand, you say that you support your small businesses and this community, then support your small businesses and support the community. And to me, you cannot fine a small business downtown for having a family gathering for a loved one who passed away and turn around and try to say, oh, because it's a mandate, nobody's supposed to be doing this. Then go to Walmart. Go to Walmart and go find Walmart or find Lowe's or find these other big organizations that have thousands of people in their stores. But it's really sad to me that these people can call in and say, oh, well, these businesses are doing that, they're going to kill people, they're doing this because they're just sticking a middle finger up. No, they're not. They're trying to support their families and keep their business floating. And so I'm sorry for the people who don't have businesses on here that are for fining and for turning in people. It's really sad. It's really, really sad. And coming from business owners, you guys are going to lose your support. If you guys go ahead and start fining people, you're going to lose your support of the people who elected you guys into office. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay, Doug.
And next is Cody's iPhone. I don't believe we called Cody's iPhone before.
No.
Yes.
Cody, we are listening.
There we go. I had to figure out how to push the button. Okay, so there's a little thing. Dibble already touched on it. It's called the Declaration of Independence. The reason why we separated from the English was for similar purposes. I mean, it was really, taxes or whatever, but they were coming down on us, telling us what we could and couldn't do from 3,000 miles away. Sacramento's less than 300 miles away, but at the end of the day, it's the same thing. Sacramento doesn't come to my shop and work every day. They don't support my community every day. And it really, really gets to me whenever, we basically separated for the purpose to have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. For a government, even as small as a city council, to come in and jump on that, and I'm not saying you guys have, but if you were to vote to fine somebody for not even having their business open, but for having a funeral, even if the business was open, I don't think the government has any position to tell us what to do. We're not breaking any laws. This is a mandate, not a law. Okay. And it really, really irks the bubble whenever people tell me about how, you can't do this and you can't do that. This is America. If we did everything like Europe and everywhere else, we wouldn't be American. We would be European or Asian or wherever the communists are. At the end of the day, my perspective is we have the right to peaceably assemble. Was anybody shooting anybody? Was anybody stabbing anybody? Was anybody injured, going there? And I don't talk about getting sick, because a virus is something we can't control. You can't see a virus. You can't hide from a virus. So by shutting everything down, How is that going to protect us from anything? If anything, it has killed people from suicide. It has killed people from alcoholism, drug abuse. Not getting cancer screenings, not getting their hearts checked. People are scared to death to go to our local hospital. I know I don't go there because I don't want to get anything unless I'm going to die. So I don't understand why we are basically going along with what the governor's orders are when they're not even a legal law. It is his executive order that means absolutely nothing, has not been processed through the legislature. And if it was, it would still be unconstitutional.
Second.
Okay, well, either way, and at the end of the day, it just comes down to two different things. The First Amendment, which gives us the right to, peaceably assemble. And that does not just mean BLM riots. That means people at funerals. That means Trump rallies. That means everything, liberal or Republican. It's all the same, everybody. So don't come down and tell everybody about how they need to be fined because they weren't at your party. They were at their own. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, Doug.
Okay. Next up is Adelbert.
Okay, we are listening. Adelbert.
This is Barbara Dressler. The gathering of 200 plus people held at the Sportsman's Bar on December 12th was deliberately arranged without any concern for the spreading of COVID virus in our community. Because 60% of COVID spreaders have no symptoms, and California's positive COVID testing rate is 11.5%, the Sportsman Bar event had many attending who were likely COVID positive. Colleen Leslie was not ignorant of that danger of spreading illness and death in hosting this event. As she professed to honor her friend's death, tragically, some attendees that she invited likely infected others who are now also transmitting a deadly disease. Ms. Leslie acted in contempt of her fellow citizens' well-being. Spreading a deadly virus when Sonora Regional's ICU capacity is 0%, she may never know the extent of those infected, but contact tracing will reveal the chain of COVID spread after the Columbus holiday gatherings when our spike continues. For those of us with family members who have endured COVID's brutal illness contracted from being essential workers, and whose friends are medical professionals trying to save the lives of those struggling with the COVID virus, the thought that any individual would use a friend's death as an excuse to further spread COVID fatalities is horrific. Colleen Leslie is reckless, irresponsible, and culpable for the suffering and worse that will be spread by the December 12th event. No $250 fine repays her putting others at risk of serious illness or death. The Sportsman Bar should have its business license revoked, the premises prohibited to open until the pandemic abates, which will depend on Ms. Leslie and her supporters putting the community's health and welfare first. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Doug, who is next?
Mayor BZ Smith would be next.
Oh, go ahead, BZ.
Okay, well, this is complicated because I don't have a prepared statement, you guys. I'm just been listening, and here is some of my response. First and foremost, the city council members are elected to represent the citizens of the city of Sonora. If you live outside of the city limits, they have no jurisdiction over representing you. That's who the Board of Supervisors are. They represent you. City of Sonora only. So those of you who keep saying, you represent me, you better check your address to make sure you live inside the city of Sonora. So to the honorable members of this council, please use your best judgment when you vote and decide what you want to do on this particular issue in terms of how you feel that your decision will impact the citizens of the city of the residents of the city of Sonora, because that's who you are elected to represent. I just want to throw that out there. I'm a school teacher, and I just throw this out real quickly to those of you who have referenced the Declaration of Independence. Sacred document. We love the Declaration of Independence, but there is a document that goes outside the parameters of that supersedes the Declaration of Independence, and that is the United States Constitution. And yes, in the United States Constitution, the First Amendment to the Constitution is the right to assemble. It is the right to the freedom for free speech, but there is also embedded deep in the Constitution the requirement of government to protect us in times of peril. And we are in a time of peril, my dear friends, and now we have more virus coming, a mutation that has now occurred. And if you don't want to wear your mask, yes, you're right. It's your choice. It is. But it's also the mandate of this government body to protect the greatest number of its citizens. And that is where we all have to remember to be in at least looking at the same page, whether we agree or not. We have to look at the same page. Whether or not we should find the sportsman, I really defer to you as a governing organization to make a decision about that. I don't want our local businesses to suffer, and I know how horrible this is. And yeah, if Walmart is being doopy about it, then somebody should go check them out. And I just want to say this before I shut up, and that is that I want to thank Safeway, because Safeway has been in compliance as best as they can be throughout this horrible event in our history. And ladies and gentlemen, it ain't over yet. I am the fat lady. I am not doing it. It's not over. Thank you.
Thank you, BC.
You're welcome.
Mayor, up next would be Tommy T.
Okay, go ahead, Tommy.
I do think you guys might have actually skipped some people in getting to me, but I mean, I guess I might as well roll with it. First off, I think it's really tragic that our local government is just now even considering implementing some sort of repercussions when we've had business owners in this community repeatedly not only disregarding but flouting the mandates put forth by the state government. I've worked in the restaurant industry almost my entire life, and I and my fellow restaurant workers understand the incredibly difficult situation that business owners find themselves in. Despite these incredibly difficult times, there are many local businesses who actually put the health of this community above their own profits. But on the other hand, we have those who don't, who not only disregard our public safety, but when criticized for doing so, rally the supporters to harass and threaten to run from town private citizens who criticize them. Some of them are here tonight. Some of them actually presented themselves under the screen name of their current target. I feel like it shouldn't have to be said, but opening a business does not entitle one to a position of respect above other community members, nor inoculate you from criticism. Shutting down criticism of acts that put our community at risk while wrapping yourselves in the flag of freedom, while currently shutting down the freedom of speech of another citizen, is the height of hypocrisy. People are dying in our community because of this pandemic, and it's high time that our government actually stepped in to do something about it. And also, I just want to say, in defense of Mary Rose, I disagree with her on a lot of things. To accuse her of targeting a business is just unbelievable. She has actually defended businesses this entire county over to an extent that actually upsets a lot of people. So to claim that she's targeting people is really, really out of pocket. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Doug.
So Mayor, this would be our other iPhone that's up next. So
Okay, the other iPhone that is there, you are free to speak.
Is it? I think it's me, Thomas Silva.
Yep.
Yep. All right, cool. So I know Preston and Colleen, Leslie. They are great people. I've known them for a long time, and I'm thankful to have them do that for Sarah, because I've also known Sarah for over 20 years, and that is devastating to our community. People can agree and disagree on this COVID thing. I don't shame people for wearing masks. If you're afraid of it, stay home. I respect that 100%. But I mean, to find a small business that's already going through enough, that put so much money and effort into just trying to help our community, and find them, it's stupid. So you guys make your decision tonight, and it's up to you. But I completely disagree with finding them as a business owner downtown. And I hope that you guys do the right thing, and maybe even get rid of this stupid little law that you guys even brought up to fine people or businesses. And just kind of maybe, if you're afraid, stay home. But we've had to lay off dozens of people over this, and it's really hard to pick and choose when you know that that's a single mom, and now she doesn't have a job right before Christmas. This is just wrong. Let us be us. We're locals here, lived here for a lot of years. We're doing this because we love our community. There's no hidden agenda. It's because we love and believe in our community, and we believe in the Constitution, and we believe we should be able to do what we want to do. So if you're afraid, I do not disrespect you. I will still say hi to you, but don't shame us for not wearing masks. Don't shame us for wanting to feed our kids and our employees and our families. But anyway, I really don't want to hear anybody talking rudely about Colleen and Preston ever again. I mean, that's just wrong to do. So, you guys make your decision, but I fully support that they had that celebration of life for Sarah. And I even went there and donated some money to the family. So just to let that be known. Thanks.
Thank you, Thomas. Okay, Doug.
Next up, Mayor, is Janine.
Okay.
Hi, I just have a couple statements I'd like to give. One is, I don't think the fine is the reason everybody's so upset. It's the principle of it. The fact that you guys have referred to what the governor's doing as a law is so false. It's a directive. It's not even a mandate. It's a directive. Sonora Regional is not at full capacity for ICU beds. I would like people who think that to go online and look at Supervisor Anaya Kirk's video where he spoke to them. We are not 100%. We are used from people outside our area, but we are not at 100%. I think the government's trying to get us to follow like a bunch of sheep. I do mask. That's my choice. I don't want to be made to mask. I don't think someone should be put down because they choose not to mask. I think if you're at risk, you stay home. I have friends that are at high risk and I want them to take care of themselves. It's not my problem to take care of them. I wonder if people who speak about small businesses shutting down, if they're still drawing their normal income. I know our politicians do. I would like them not to get their income and see how it is not to make a living, not to be able to pay your bills, wondering how you're going to feed your family. It's just not right what they're doing. What's right for one isn't right for all. I think that people who are pointing out that because some don't mask, they're disrespectful. That's not right either. I think everybody gets to do what's right for them, and it's not okay to put other people down because of it. We live in a free country, and it's an individual choice. I don't want to make anybody sick. I don't want to get sick, so I take care of myself. I don't think they should be fined. I'm totally against it. Again, it's not the dollar amount. To me, that seems like peanuts. I just think it's the principle. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. Okay, Doug, who's next?
Mayor, up next is Bruno.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, at the risk of being repetitive, I just want to read a short statement I wrote. So there's no question Tuolumne County is in a severe COVID crisis. We have 0 ICU beds available, and that scares me. This crisis has not been well managed on a national level, and I think we could do better on our local level. The state and county public health recommendations are to wear a mask, keep a 6-foot physical distance from others, don't gather in groups, and don't travel unless it is essential. Unfortunately, and as we have heard tonight, there are people in our community who don't believe these measures are necessary and don't follow them. I believe there needs to be accountability for people who refuse to comply with the state mandates. Incidents like the sportsman gathering last week endanger all of us. We are a community, and what one does affects all of us. We as a society have deemed certain behaviors unsafe, such as riding a motorcycle without a helmet, not using a seatbelt, driving while intoxicated, children not wearing a helmet while riding a bike, people riding in the back of a pickup. All these activities, some of these activities are more serious than others. However, we are accountable for these actions. We get fined or we get arrested even. I believe that if we followed these state mandates, we would not have to shut down as we have. I personally know 2 Sonora business owners who've been forced to go out of business due to the COVID crisis. I don't know how many businesses have had to close. I'm sure there are a substantial number. I think the issue of the big box stores not following precautions is another issue which I think should be addressed. The issue here is accountability, not liberty. You don't have the liberty to endanger my life. Because this virus is airborne and very contagious, your behavior affects me. You can transmit it to me when you are asymptomatic. I'm at risk because of my age. Young people are also at risk. Young people have died, young healthy people. If you don't wear a mask because you don't want to, you could be endangering others, and maybe you are the people who should be staying at home. According to the county public health department, 2 weeks after Halloween, when 2 restaurants downtown held large indoor parties, we experienced a spike in cases. We doubled our number of deaths within 2 weeks of Thanksgiving. This behavior has to stop, and it will only stop when we hold people accountable for not following the mandates. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Doug, who is next?
Next up, Mayor, is tag California needs to split.
California needs to split?
That would be.
Okay, I want to make sure I got that right. Okay, we're listening. California needs to split.
You're unmuted.
Is there no one there?
No, I mean, they unmuted themselves, Mayor, so there has to be somebody on the other end.
They just muted themselves back, Doug.
Try this again. California needs to split. You're unmuted.
We are listening. Well, Doug, if they're not speaking, let's go ahead and move on, and then maybe we can come back to them at the end.
Okay. Mayor, next up would be a phone number with the last 3 ending in 481. Again, if you need to unmute from the phone, use *6.
Okay, last 481, you said the last 3?
Okay. I totally support small business. I have no weigh in on Walmart because I don't shop there. Yeah, I wear a mask. I'm not saying everybody else has to, but I want to talk to you about hospitalizations. Right now in the Valley, I mean, my boyfriend's an emergency doctor physician. They have no beds available. Not just no ICU beds, no beds. They've got 2 patients sitting in their freaking emergency department that can't find a bed. They've been there one 28 hours, another 35 hours. This isn't about test results and numbers. It's about what's happening to our hospital system. I don't know that I agree with a fine. I think it will create a problem. But I do think education is important. And perhaps we should take this seriously because like the guy said, oh, if I get sick, I'm not going to go to Sonora Regional, but if I'm dying, I'll go somewhere. Well, buddy, if you're dying, the hospital's got nothing for you. That is the reality right now. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Next up, Mayor, is Stacy Berger.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, really quick, I just want to say I've lived here for my entire life, my entire 41 years I've been here. This is my community, this is my stomping grounds. Regardless of whether or not it was right to hold this event, as everybody's calling it, they did so out of the kindness of their heart, giving all of the money that they raised to the kids. I think in my position here as a small business owner of numerous businesses locally, you need to make a decision. You need to decide if you're going to fine them or you're not going to fine them, but you can't make an example of this one specific incident. The people who are speaking out against this, that's fine. You have your opinion, I have my opinion, but I guarantee that you've gone to the grocery store, you've gone to Walmart, you don't just get your groceries delivered, and I'm sure you're not growing it yourself. So since that's the case, I'm sure that you've actually been out, whether you've been wearing a mask or not. So there's 2 sides to every story. This one, all I'm saying, I know people are probably going to nitpick me on whatever I say, because that's what's going on here. It's breaking my heart that this community is so divided right now. You guys need to just all come together. I mean, this is not the community I grew up in, and it really pisses me off, to be honest, that people are just throwing stones like crazy. Yeah, these 2 individuals that opened their bar to a small event that was all the people that they know and they love for these kids. Yeah, we can totally point fingers at them and say they're awful people, but are they? I mean, are they really? I don't think so. That's my opinion, and I will hold true to that. My question to you is, if you're going to fine them, then fine everybody. Go out and find every single small business and see where that leaves you, because our small businesses are what run this community. Our small businesses are the people who grew up here, who established themselves here, who give to everything. They give to the 4-H, they give, and we understand the reasons why people are going to the hospital and why people are getting sick and how this works. We're not uneducated little country bumpkins. And I think that that's something that people are trying to, I don't know, point fingers and say, oh, they did this and they're getting everybody sick. That was not an intention of theirs at all, to go out there and get people sick. So if you have that in your mind, that was not the reason that they did this. My thing to you is that we, united we stand and divided we fall. And I really feel like as a community, thank you. As a community, we need to get together. We need to come together as a community, figure this out. So as the council members, I would just put forward to you to not make a point of pointing these people out for what they did, but either fine them or don't, and let that be it. So if they're going to fine it, everybody needs to abide by it. If you're not going to fine everybody, then you need to let this go. Thank you so much. Colleen Preston, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Doug.
Next up, Mayor, would Trinka Martin.
That's me.
Okay, go ahead. We're listening.
Hi, I don't have much to say. I don't have a prepared statement, but I do just want to voice out in support of the sportsmen. And I know a couple of people have spoken out to make it about themselves, but right now I want to focus on the issue at hand. This is about setting a precedent. This is about our community. And I don't think I could say anything that hasn't been said already, but I just wanted to speak up in support of the sportsmen. And I want to speak up in support of President Colleen and in support of the private family memorial that they had for Sarah Henson. Thank you.
Mayor, next up would be RP.
RP. Go ahead, RP.
All right, thank you. I just want to point out something that hasn't been said before. This business was reported to the ABC, which can jeopardize their license and their livelihood prior to an investigation being done. If they were not buying the alcohol on their liquor license and selling it in their establishment, they did not violate any ABC laws and should not have been reported. I'm not going to sit here and argue viewpoints, but I just want to know if the county is prepared to bypass warnings and education as stated by our police department and our county sheriffs. And I want to know if the council is setting a precedent of fining funerals and private parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Doug.
Mayor, next up would be Steve.
Go ahead, Steve.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. I would like to say I do support the Leslies wholeheartedly for everything that they've done for the community. But I think you need to look at, even if a state or a local government is acting within its authority to respond to COVID-19, a state of emergency does not give you free rein to violate constitutional rights. When you're considering current potential government action in the wake of this pandemic, two rights come to the top of my mind for business in particular: due process and just compensation. The Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution provides that no person may be deprived of life, liberty, or property without the due process of law. Substantive due process looks at the validity of the laws being applied. Please, Mayor, City Council members, look at the validity of the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Second. Next up, Mayor, would be Mary Ann Schmidt.
Okay, go ahead, Mary Ann.
Hi, I just want to clarify that a mandate is a law during a state of emergency given by the power of the state legislature. So as of November 16th, the California Department of Public Health was given the authority to announce the mandate of everyone being required to wear a mask when outside of their home. Safety is the highest priority for our community. We do this through all kinds of laws. In fact, most of our laws are all about safety. If we aren't safe to go downtown, to go into a business or to order food, then we can't support these businesses. I would like to do that, but I do not feel safe to go downtown. The owners of the Sportsmen, if they wanted to earn money to give to this family, they had another option to do that. And they could have done it in another way. As elected officials, You are required to support the laws that are on the books. You took an oath to support that. If you have a question about a law, then there are other ways for you to object to it. But as an elected official, you are bound by the oath that you took to support the laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Okay, Doug?
Mr. Mayor, sorry, point of order. Can you please tell our public that they aren't, for decorum again, we don't want signs posted on your video. That is, all public comment needs to be addressed to the council and not to other members of the public. So if you're holding a sign up aimed at other members of the public, that's outside the council decorum.
Again, I really wish we didn't have to even say anything, but please, let's have manners. Let's be kind. I want to get through this because I want to hear everybody's viewpoint. I know I do. I know the rest of the council does. Let's try to be kind to one another and let's have a little bit of decorum here.
And just as a reminder, if you have spoke one time, there will not. That was your one shot. So next up is Jesse.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Hi, I just wanted to say, because I've heard a lot about the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, and I wanted to let you all know that George Washington lived in the capital, which was in Pennsylvania, when the governor there instituted a quarantine. And also, by the way, George Washington inoculated troops with vaccines. So, for smallpox. And you can go ahead and look these things up. And I think that if our founding fathers had a problem with quarantines and different health-related measures, the people who wrote the Constitution probably would have said about it at the time in the place they lived in the nation's capital. That's all.
Thank you, Jesse. Okay, Doug.
Next up, Mayor, would be Nicole Henson.
Okay, Nicole. We are listening.
Hi, I'm Nicole Henson, and I'm Sarah Henson's daughter. And I believe that what the sportsman did was very good for me and my family. And if you don't like the laws and you don't like to, or you're scared of the COVID, then you can just stay home. Like if you're really that scared, just stay home and you don't need to go out in public.
Thank you, Nicole.
Okay. We'll try this again, Mayor. So, oh no, this is a different one. This is a hashtag small business matters.
Okay.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Hi. We are listening.
All right. So first off, I don't think fines, imprisonment, or punishment is necessary for a private event. People want to wear masks, that's their thing. People don't want to wear masks, that's their thing. I mean, it's all been stated in here before. You guys have been voted as our representatives. I do happen to live within city limits. I do have my own business within city limits. And I look at this pretty funny because I heard that one guy say that, well, why should businesses have any more authority or say what happens in our community than private citizens? And to answer that question, that would be because we're the ones that make the money to pay the taxes to keep the fire department, the police department, and our city council in positions to do things for us. We have skipped our parade this year. We have skipped our Christmas parade this year. We have skipped our fair this year. The list goes on and on and on. Tom, knock it off. And here it comes to the fact that how long are we going to live like this, and how long are we going to subjugate ourselves to these things? And if you wonder, if you have any questions in mind why Kamala Harris's office is calling you and asking for who's disturbing and not listening to the mandates, She publicly made the statement that they're going to go after Trump supporters and anybody who doesn't follow the mandate. They've made that statement. We as a people need to stand together. Stacey made a very fine comment when she said, we either stand together united or together we fall. And that is damn true. And I tell you what, after you knock out all of us small businesses, because we can't afford to keep ourselves afloat, taking care of the things we need to take care of, and we all go out of business, there's not going to be any money left for you. Your fire department's not going to be there. And I tell you what, I'm not going to go volunteer for the fire department in a community that doesn't support me as a private business. I'm not going to go take care of the things that need to get taken care of in a community that doesn't support me. Because if I don't have the support of my community, they don't have my support. And that's how this works. We all get we just break our unitedness and we become divided. We are at the point in America, we are so ripe for a civil war. If any of you don't remember history, go back and look at the 1820s up until the 1860s, what built up and things that caused the Civil War. We are there. Conservative people are sick and tired of tolerating the things that they don't agree with. Liberal people are sick and tired of tolerating things that they don't agree with. We are at a head point. And as a nation, we got to figure this out. But I don't see this happening in a peaceful manner. In our local city, we can take care of this because we're friends, we're neighbors. I know half the people on the TV screen that I'm looking at, you know, and I may not agree with everybody on here, but I do love them and respect them because I've known them my whole life, you know. The problem is when we are not face to face, it's too easy to be rude and inconsiderate of the people who are around us and what's going on. I love Sarah. I've known her my whole life. And I tell you that I didn't go to that event, not because I didn't want to, not because I couldn't, but because I thought that that was for her family to go to, not for me. I did not want to be one more person on that list that caused something like this to happen to Colleen and Preston, to Sarah, to Nicole, to the rest of the kids, to Boyd and Mary. That is not what I wanted. I wanted that to be something for the family that wanted to be there, immediate close contacts they spend day in and day out with. If you cannot see what this is doing to our community, go ahead and do fines. But I guarantee you the repercussions coming from the things that are happening are so much worse than what any of us would expect or believe in. When businesses shut down, there will be no money to support you. When businesses shut down, there will be no more people here to support you. And more of my friends have moved north to Idaho, Montana, Wisconsin, any other state that is not run by a liberal dictator. Because we are sick and tired of our vote not counting on a county level and our vote not counting on a state level for things that we know we have an opinion on and we know other people agree with us about. Why is it that our county spends $1.40 in tax money on every gallon of gas and that money doesn't go to repair our city roads, our county roads,
Time's up.
Our local businesses?
Yeah, your time is up.
And, so next up, and just a reminder that we can't, if you've already spoken once, we're not going to be able to have you speak again. So next up, I believe, is Randall Walmite.
Go ahead. We are listening.
Hello? Hello? This thing working here?
Listening.
Hello?
Hello,
Yeah.
you're there.
Hello there. I'd like to just say something simple. No one is guaranteed safety anywhere. If the police and the sheriff will not enforce a curfew, don't find the Leslies. Tommy T, thanks for the entertainment. And I'm done. Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Doug?
Myself. Jake's iPhone.
Hey there.
Go ahead, Jake.
I've grown up in Columbia my whole life. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, go for it.
Awesome. So I've grown up in Tuolumne my whole life. I am 23 years old and grew up with around the Leslie's son. I know Preston personally, went to school with him. Don't know his parents that well, but with everything going on, I think there's a lot of confusion. I think there's been confusion since the start of this entire thing. I mean, we're coming up on a year of this going on. and there's been no set direction or pretty much anywhere. I think everyone's just in a sense of confusement. I think people were taking this more seriously in the beginning because of that confusement, but eventually people just kind of got wore out with it and kind of just went back to living their lives. I haven't been on the Zoom call for the whole thing, so I'm a little bit behind on, but it sounds like my understanding is that the sportsmen hosted this event to raise money for a family for somebody passing, which in the normal world, this wouldn't be a huge issue. It sounds like due to all the confusion and the tests and everything surrounding COVID, it was off-putting to some people. Again, I haven't heard the whole story, so this is just my 2 cents based on what I've heard. I think, again, like when people die raising money, if you look at that on paper with COVID out of the picture, I think everyone praises this and says it's a great thing. But again, I think just due to the sense of COVID, it was off-putting. So my 2 cents is I think that their intentions were in the right place, but I also understand people's frustrations with, saying like people they're saying by this event being hosted, it is now affecting their lives and their safety. So again, somebody said it earlier, the division in this county as well as this country is at an all-time high. I don't remember, I mean, I'm young, but I don't ever remember it being this tense before. I think everyone in their hearts believes that they're right and that their opinion is right. And just my 2 cents is, again, if COVID is out of the picture, then this event being hosted is a great thing. But I understand people's concern and stuff. I don't know if finding them is going to solve anything. It's just gonna stir the pot even more. So again, I feel for both sides. I understand trying to raise money and help a family, and I understand everyone fearing for their safety as well. So, but I do not think a fine is necessarily an answer, unless, like you said, fine everyone and start enforcing it on everyone, because that's the only fair way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Doug.
Last but not least, Mayor, will be Kay's iPhone.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Very much so, yes.
Okay. I think, well, from what I'm hearing from everybody, I wholeheartedly agree that we should not be fining the Leslies. Their hearts were in the right place. They're just trying to run a business. They are essential. They are essential to their family. Nobody should get the right to define what is and is not essential. However, what I'm hearing is that the reason that the Leslies are being brought forward on all of this is because people complained. Well, I am here to tell you that day in and day out, I hear complaints about the homeless camps, endlessly about the homeless camps. And I do not see anybody down there with those mass gatherings finding them. So don't tell me that you're just going after them because people complained, because there are complaints all the time about the homeless camps and their gatherings and the way that they're living. And they are not practicing social distancing. They are not wearing masks. So I think if you're going to find the Leslies, you can go down to the homeless camps also and go ahead and collect your wealth there, because that is where you can make a lot of money. And yes, they are homeless and they probably don't have anything to give you, but it's the principle of what you're doing. It's the principle. It's not the money. So many people have stepped up to pay this fine on their behalf if you are to implement this. It is the principle of it. So I think that the city council should take a long, hard look at what is really the issues at hand right now, because the homeless people are wandering around Sonora. They're shitting on sidewalks, excuse my language, but that is what they are doing. They are touching door handles just like the rest of us. They are frequenting businesses just like the rest of us. And they are just as much a danger as any gathering that's being held currently. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Doug, is there anyone else?
Yeah, Mayor, it looks like there was 2 other hands that came in. So these would be the last 2 that we would be taking.
Okay.
And so Steve Kane.
Go ahead, Steve.
You guys got me?
Yep. Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for having this discussion. Mayor Pro Tem Plummer, I thank you. I had different issues I had written down. You started with the way that we go about with these fines, and now I'm quite confused actually of is this system written down? Do we go from the county to the city? But if there's a certain number of complaints, the county side is thrown back and the city takes action on its own? Is there a certain number of complaints for this threshold? Can the city arbitrarily decide that they're going to take action without going through the county first? Maybe questions I can possibly get answered in the Q&A. It sounds like this whole system is arbitrary, possibly. And does this lead to believe that the city can take on somebody if maybe they don't like what their business sells or does? Or I'm just curious if this whole system from going from the county health department to the city, is this all written down, or is this arbitrary and we can do this system however we like? Thanks for listening. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Steve. And then our next.
Be Jesse W.
Go ahead, Jesse W.
Hi, guys. So I started this meeting definitely appalled at the gathering and upset. Like, I'm not going to mince words about that. I do think it was a big middle finger to the government, to the ordinance, and to the 20 people that have died. But after listening to everybody's comments, I think there's a valid point that if you're going to find the Leslies, everybody else that's running speakeasies, style bars under the guise of doing construction that are getting around the rules the way they see fit should also be fined. I think the ordinance was written weakly or lightly. It just doesn't have any teeth. This is a $250 fine. And I get the principle of it, but there was supposed to be a warning first. They've not broken any rules up until this point. I don't know if there's a way that you can add teeth to that ordinance now, seeing how lightly it was written and how little teeth it has, but it's definitely something to ponder. The disrespect for our community and the people that saw that, it will resonate. People see that. But you know, legally and in all fairness, there are other businesses running right on the edges of the rules. There are other businesses that are getting away with what they can get away with. I'm a small business owner. I understand the hurt of this. I understand not being able to buy my son Christmas presents. I get all of that. But, you know, not being able to enforce this really falls on the city. Like, it just doesn't look like you can. That's all. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Okay, Doug.
Spoke too quick last time, Mayor. Oscar's iPhone would be next.
Okay, go ahead, Oscar.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Oscar.
All right, my name is Oscar Martinez. I'm a local small business owner. One, I've heard multiple examples of what's going on and what should be looked at and what shouldn't be looked at. Was it because of complaints? Was it because someone was mad? Was it because someone didn't get invited? I mean, what was the reason why we are taking the sportsman and not any other business that is going on right now? If it's complaints, like somebody stated earlier, we get complaints about the homeless camp every day. Down by downtown, you see the homeless every day. And I'm not trying to knock on them because I know they have different things going on in their lives than we do. But if they're complaining, if it's a complaint that started everything, like they said, go to the homeless camp, find them. And I'll be the first to tell you, yes, they do have the money. So go find them, or go find other people who are breaking the laws at Walmart, at Save Mart, at Lowe's. You know, I think this was just singled out because it happened to be downtown and somebody, a Karen, did not like what happened. So bottom line is, if you're gonna find one person, find all of us. If you're gonna go up because they broke a rule, which, like the person before me said, there should have been a warning first. Okay, now they got their warning. I do not believe a fine will serve any purpose. I think if people do not want to involve themselves in going to those locations, don't. Everybody has the right to do what they want with their own body. So, hey, you want to stay home? Stay home. You want to go out? Go out. If you want to mask up, mask up. No, we should not be forced not to see our loved ones, not to see a loved one off into the next world. I mean, it wasn't like they were throwing a wedding party or anything like that. It was a celebration of life. I mean, have some freaking decency and let people mourn their own way. That's how everybody was mourning. Everybody's passing hugs and stories and everything about a person that they loved. And I know somebody out there said, oh, it's the law. No, it's not a law.
30 seconds, sir.
Actually, I'm done. Thank you for listening. Have a great one.
Thank you very much. Okay, Doug, is there anyone else?
Galen?
Okay, go ahead, Galen. We are listening, Galen.
Hey, Mayor, we've also got a request for a 5-minute break after public comment.
Yes, I was notified of that.
Galen, please unmute yourself. Galen's no longer on, Mayor, so I think that would conclude public comment. And the count.
Okay.
5-minute break.
Okay, yes, let's pause everything, go on a 5-minute break. Doug, I ask all the council members to silence their phones. So yes, we are starting a 5-minute break now.
Wait, Mayor, I'm sorry. I see Galen now is back on and raising their hand manually. So did we lose Councilmember Plummer? Oh, he's still here. Okay. So let me see if I can do it. So I'm pressing ask to unmute and there you go.
Hey, everybody. I just wanted to say I'm Katrin Weston. My husband's Galen Weston and the Blue Oak Farm. And just hearing it tonight, I just wanted to say that Sarah was our neighbor and just feel so sorry for the family and all the community members around it. And I have friends on both sides everywhere. And I feel like COVID is bringing out the worst in all of us. We all want our community to, and we want to love one another. I really feel like this is dividing us. And I think it's important to remember, allow our community members to grieve in whatever shape or form they feel necessary. And I feel like the sportsmen should be fine. Feel that we should support our local businesses. They take a hit with this, and but we also everybody in the community that's working. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Doug, if that and council, if that concludes the public comment, we'll go ahead and go on a 5-minute break.
ass was this?
Mayor, so you're unmuted now, Mayor. I just wanted to let you know.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm going to go back and start unmuting the council members.
Excellent, thank you.
Unmuted.
Excellent. As soon as everybody's unmuted, we will come back.
I think I'm still missing oh, there it is. I don't see Colette back yet, Mayor.
Doug, can you tell me how many people are still on the Zoom call?
Including
129.
Staff, 120, yeah.
Okay. Okay, good. I didn't want to lose anybody before the council makes a decision, so.
And Councilmember Such is back now, Mayor. So 1, 2, 3.
Okay, we'll bring us back from the 5-minute break, and we had time for public discussion. So we were bringing this back to the council. I'll say my things at the end, and then I would ask which council member would like to go first.
Okay, Mayor, before we go into council members, because there was some questions, a lot of them had to do with legal issues that I thought would probably be prudent for me to address.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And so, and I want to say this before I kind of go in this. This has nothing to do. This has to do with my analysis as an attorney. It doesn't have to do with whether or not I think that these are good laws or bad laws. They're laws nonetheless. So one of the things I think that we heard that I think that it's important to talk about is that these are directives or recommendations and not laws. So just so we're all on the same page, they are in fact laws, and it's pursuant to the governor's authority under the California Emergency Procedures Act. The governor ordered an executive order in 2520 and in 3320 that all California residents must follow the guidance and directives of the California Department of Public Health during the COVID-19 state of emergency. And this was actually supported by a vote of the legislature as well. The June 18th mask order, which currently still applies, falls under this main mandate. And it is enforceable under Government Code 8665, and county and local governments have the flexibility to adopt fine schedules or other things. Again, as we kind of talked about in the beginning, one of the reasons that we actually implemented the fine schedule was so that we had some form of enforcement mechanism that was separate and apart from taking action from a criminal standpoint. To date, there have been well over 100 lawsuits filed by small governments, individuals, and others in California, and many, many more in other states. Overwhelmingly, 99% of those cases have been upheld by the court system, including the Supreme Court, the US Supreme Court, which in its decision that came out in favor against ordinances for the ability to kind of prohibit or treat uneven churches, recognized the state's authority in there in order to have these ordinances in place in the first order. It's just that you can't treat, in that case, churches differently than you would treat Walmart, which seems to be a very popular topic of conversation tonight. So, with that, I think it's important that people understand that through the Constitution, well, number one, the Declaration of Independence, while a guiding principle of our country, is not part of our book of laws. It's more of a principle to live by than it is part of the Constitution or laws and regulations. But more to the point is, specifically in the Constitution, all powers not expressly enumerated to the federal government are reserved to the states. And for better or worse, we all live in California. And we are subject to having to live within the confines of what the majority decides and the majority leadership decides within that state. And as a city government, coming back to the redevelopment cases that were there, city governments themselves are in fact creatures of the state who are granted authority essentially at the state's pleasure. And that's why in those cases, the state government was able to come in and was able to just take all the redevelopment money that city governments had, because in fact, it was deemed to have been the state's money, just done. So it's considered to, we are grants, cities are grants of limited authority, typically over land use, and we do that. And when we've seen law enforcement officers, and most notably in Orange County, not enforce local orders, we've seen the state government send in the highway patrol, and they've reserved the right to actually bring in the Department of Corrections to supplement those officers to go in and enforce shutdowns along the beaches. So, and because again, we are creatures of the state and the state trumps, we have, that is an ability we have. So when I want to go over that is, so is that a law? And that recognizes the limitations that came from the Sutter case, recognizes the limitations that came in when the US Supreme Court heard cases dealing with abridgments of freedom of religion. And again, it is a law. We do not have the ability to tell the governor's team just to go home. And in fact, that's one of the whole goals of this has been to achieve, is to prevent other businesses that are currently operating in here from engaging in activities that would bring regulators in, because we don't have any control over them. Once they're here, they're here. And once those ABC licenses are gone, we don't know if they'll ever be given back. And that goes for cosmetology licenses. It goes for all of those buildings. I mean, I've had several cases where regulators have gone into masseuses and shut them down and take their state licenses away. So we don't have the ability to tell them to go home. We don't have jurisdiction, and it's only our ability. Our self-government starts and begins with our ability to be more stringent in the state, but also be responsible in the way that we enforce those state laws, so that, again, they don't feel like they need to come in here. And again, why don't we have the power to push back against the county health officer? Well, if you think about how government is struck up, you have the federal government, who would be, when they have a law that pertains, is the most powerful, and you got to listen to them first and foremost. Again, but as we said, actually under our Constitution, most laws lie in state, and so what's not enumerated in the federal government goes to state. So state of California laws govern. From there, unlike the stuff that our government structure has granted certain rights, it goes to the county, and then it goes to cities, and then it goes to special districts in that order. And each time it is a lower level of authority that you're granted, but all rights are reserved to be preempted by the state. So we're guiding the state. And unfortunately, we can't take land and just move it out of that's not how it works. We're governed by those. We don't get to apply other states' laws here. It just is what it is. So that is the legal framework within which we are constrained, and where we have our responsibilities. We don't have the legal authority to just decide we're not going to follow a law. I mean, I do believe that there has always been, and it has always been our goal to have some discretion in the way law is enforced. So just because somebody's speeding, we haven't necessarily always given them a ticket for speeding. But by the same token, that is still the law and what has to be followed. So I want to make sure we're all walking in with the same framework and understanding, and people can take issue with it. But if you believe that your constitutional rights are being abridged, or if you believe that laws is being enforced, the remedy, the sole remedy available to you is to go through the court system and get the court system to declare that law to be invalid. We don't have the ability as a legislative body to sit here and make court determinations of constitutionality. That's the jurisdiction of the judicial system. So, and you're supposed to do that on the front end, or there's certain risks that are involved in that. And many of these business organizations have done that, and there are a number of different lawsuits involved in those. But I think that it's important to understand we are not a judicial body, we are a legislative body. We create laws that are more stringent than the state. We do not have the ability to make laws that are less stringent than the state. And when we disagree with them, even from an enforcement perspective, our sole remedy, even for the city, is to go to the court system and to get those laws declared invalid. albeit that is an extremely time consuming and expensive process. So I don't take that lightly. But that is the process that's available to us within the way our democracy works, and specifically within the state of California. So with that, I think that we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. I think in a broad brush way that may have answered almost all the questions that we've got, because I think that some of it has to do with this needing to have a common understanding as to the legal framework. But again, happy to answer any questions that you may have or go in more detail.
So, Doug, I do have a question when it comes, because the comment was made, and understandably so. The comment was made that we need to get rid of the fines. I think we should, but I also think we shouldn't as a council member. But the reason I think we should not, because they're considered administrative fines. An administrative fine means you don't go to jail. Correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, so with that, the only alternative our governor and state has given us is said, hey, if they break the mandate, the law for the state of California when it comes to the COVID-19, basically the whole idea is, oh, throw them in jail. Am I wrong on saying that? That's kind of what the directive has been from the state of California.
I mean, you'd be correct, Mayor, which is why the vast majority of the clients that we represent have all put fines on the books and been very selective, and just chosen to be very selective in the way that those fines were administered.
I mean, and again, I'll talk more later, but I really want to address this. This wasn't an idea that the city council had to try to raise revenue. This was a way for us to tell the state of California, who was actively, and it was very heated for them to want to come here and send regulators here. This was a way to show them, hey, we're not having the issues, and also protect our businesses and protect our people. I know the head of the state of Jefferson up here demanded that we get rid of the fines. But in saying that, that would be him saying, please put these people in jail. And that is wrong. I mean, that is absolutely wrong. Many of the business owners already stated, and they're absolutely right, they got to feed their families. And our governor is allowing people to get out of jail, but yet is pushing to put other people in jail who are trying to do the right thing and feed their families. So, and I guess that's more of a statement. I'm kind of done with the questions about that. But again, our backs are against the wall, and we're doing everything we can to protect the people through the administrative process instead of the criminal process.
That's correct, Mayor. We didn't want that stuff to go on people's record. I think the fines are actually, I mean, the reason that we recommended them to you as staff in the first place, because it wasn't like you all asked for them. The reason that we recommended them to you was because of the fact that we did not want this to be a criminal matter. We wanted it to be reserved as a civil matter. And we wanted to have a mechanism that it was palatable, in context.
I mean,
fine schedule's lowered. We got one of the criticisms was the fine schedule was essentially too low and meaningless, but it was progressive in nature on purpose. So it was done intentionally.
Well, in that, and quite frankly, especially for any small business. Now, granted, people brought up Walmart, Safeway, Save Mart, the other big boxes. But a $250 fine on a small business that may pull in $100 a day, $200 a day, that's actually quite substantial. So I would argue that 250 and then it progresses would actually be fairly steep. I would definitely argue that. But again, our whole idea was to keep the state of California and the regulators and Senator Harris's office out of Sonora, and not trying to hurt the businesses here.
Yeah, and if I could, Mayor, there's one other thing that you reminded me of. So one of the things that we've been dealing with a lot in the communities that we represent right now is OSHA's been coming in quite a bit. So OSHA has been coming in and using the OSHA standards. There's new rules that came out 2 days ago, and that they're using that as ways to kind of just completely shut down business. Again, we don't have any control over that, and so to the largest degree that we can, we're trying to keep our ship in order in order to not attract that type of oversight from the state regulators. Because if they come in for one business, they don't just visit that one business, unfortunately. I mean, they wind up hitting, 10, 15 businesses in the process. So, and just as a reminder, because I see hands going up.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Doug.
We're closed for public comment right now. We're at the council level, and it would only go back to public comment if the council for some reason opened it back up. So the hands for this item are kind of, we'll tell you if we're going to go out for more public comment again.
Yeah, I just really wanted the public to understand, like, it really put us against the wall. It's again, city representatives, city leaders. And this was something that we could essentially push back with, and keep that regulation, keep people out of the county that we definitely didn't need here. So we, again, it was about the best I think we could do. So that was the big question I wanted to ask on that. I don't think I'll have any other legal questions.
Can I just, Mayor, real quickly, because I one other question that I forgot. So just the legal process is, it's like, this is equivalent to code enforcement. So we only take any action when we receive a complaint. We're not actively out there going and looking for it. But once that complaint comes in, then we have an obligation to go out and do some kind of legal obligation to do some kind of level of investigation into it and potentially take that action. It wouldn't matter if that complaint was about this, or if it was about Walmart or some other business.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I guess questions and comments from the council. And I'll let everyone go first, and then I'll speak also.
Councilmember Such has her hand raised.
Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Such.
Doug, if you can unmute. Councilmember Such.
I'm doing it right now.
Thank you, Doug. Doug, first of all, I just want to thank you for that legal sort of synopsis of how this works and what is true and what is not. And I found it, and I thought I knew a lot. I found it very helpful. So I'm sure the public was enlightened by that as well. Would you please, I missed something that you said about Walmart. Is there a different standard of finding the Walmarts of the world than the small businesses? Because I think for me, that is what is so egregious about finding a small business, if we're allowing that same behavior at big box stores.
Yeah, so again, we operate on a complaint basis. So if there's a complaint that comes in about the way that Walmart is operating, then we would take that and put it against the governor's executive orders that come through California Department of Public Health or otherwise. And if there's a violation, then we would go out and take action against them through warning letters and or potentially through fines. Again, we've been very lucky today to haven't had to do that. That being said, I think a lot of the frustration, and I think where a lot of us struggle with the way this has been implemented, it really has been implemented to the advantage of larger stores and to the detriment of smaller businesses. And that uneven treatment has really, from a legal perspective, been very unsatisfying. I'll just say it that way. And when you get into articulated level, like, okay, we don't have any more ICU beds, that's a little bit easier for people to understand than some of these other esoteric reasons. So if they're allowing people to operate in their store and not use masks, that would be a violation. Now, it'd be a violation. I mean, people need to understand that could be potentially a violation for them if they make that choice, as well as for the business operator. And again, if you disagree with it, you have your avenues that are available through the court. I'm just telling you what the law says and is, Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I feel like Walmart hasn't. I mean, I think there have been a lot of complaints. Have there not been a lot of complaints against Walmart? I mean, I hear them all the time. They're just.
Councilmember Such, I just want to go back to look, and we haven't received a complaint against Walmart since August.
Really? That's certainly
an official complaint.
No, I don't go in there. I did receive a text from a community member saying, you go to Walmart and check out what's going on in there. And that was this weekend. Now, I drove down. The parking lot was packed. I didn't go in because I go into Walmart. But I mean, I hear that complaint all the time. So should I just tell people to call the public health department? Is that what I should do?
Yes, and that's correct. Remember, all of our complaints are through the public health department as they are the first stop of compliance.
Okay, thanks. That was it for now.
Okay. Who else would like to speak? What other council members would like to speak?
Go ahead, Colette.
No, Mark, it's fine. You go. I just forgot something.
If I could, just a reminder, if you're putting your hands up right now, public comment is closed. So no need to put those up right now, because if we do open it up, which we likely won't, it would be, we'll let you know.
Go ahead, Colette.
Okay, thanks, Mark. I'll make this quick. Doug, I just have another question. If a business is not in compliance, what is the status of their insurance? Does their insurance cover any, accidents or actions taken against them? Or what's the status of that?
Yeah, so that's one of the things. So we talked about the fact of whether or not, whether these are laws. So in most insurance policies, they have a provision in there that has a compliance with law section. And that provision, that compliance with law provision says that if you're not operating in conjunction with or in accordance with any local, state, or federal law, then you're not eligible for insurance. And so what that likely means is that people who are operating who aren't supposed to, even if somebody came in for a non-COVID related accident, like a slip and fall, and let's say that they were injured somehow, they would likely not have insurance coverage as a result of it, because they're not supposed to be open in the first place. And so they would be in a situation where they would be denied insurance coverage. So right now, if you're open and operating outside of that, you're effectively operating without any form of insurance, even though you're paying for it.
And let's be clear, that's not the city that determines that. That's the insurance company's clause is that insurance that does that.
Correct. It has nothing to do with it. But when the city was getting, I'll give you a personal example to the city though. When the city was getting criticized for not having playground equipment open, one of the things that our office did was contact our risk management company. So that's this city's one of its insurer, to find out whether or not if we open up and let the playground just kind of be opened up, whether or not we would have insurance coverage or whether or not they would deny coverage. And we were informed that they would deny coverage. So if anyone would have gotten injured on the playground equipment, even not COVID related, because the playground equipment was not supposed to be open during the executive order, then we would have not had insurance.
Oh, Doug, I have a question for you now. And that is, after all this back and forth, I'm still trying to determine in my own mind whether this was a private and personal matter and party and would be treated thusly, or if it is a business that is only, well, okay, I'm not being clear. So if this is a business, very easy and straightforward in some ways, because the business has a licenses, the city grants, that type of thing. If it's personal, and the buying of the beer was a separate matter and all that, to some degree, that changes it in my mind. And I'm trying to determine if there's some legal application where you say, okay, this makes it one or the other.
So let me just say this. I want to take the best view of it that I can for the Leslies, because I don't want their ABC license in jeopardy. So from my legal perspective, this was a private gathering that was larger than it should have been. It's my hope that by that being the case, that will not have an impact on potentially their ABC license.
I would not be wrong in, that's my preferred approach first and foremost, but I don't want to be completely off base. Your explanation, I think all the council understands that the governor's orders during this time are law. We can chafe under them, but it doesn't change the fact that that we have to, as a city, react to them in one way or another. We can't just pretend they don't exist. So thank you very much. While I have the floor, if we could mute the Leslies, if it's okay, would like to ask them a few questions that I think are germane.
Yep, they're okay. I would like to unmute them. Give me a thumbs up. I'll unmute you.
I'm getting a lot of static.
Yeah, there's a lot of feedback.
Yeah.
Yep.
Matt, I think it's actually coming from your phone.
How in the world? Okay.
Oh.
Preston and Colleen, could you give me a thumbs up if you're willing to be, okay, perfect. I'm gonna ask to unmute you. Okay.
The first question I have is, my opinion is unless you have dear friends dying very frequently, which I hope will be the case, that this is a one-off.
Mom.
Hello?
Sorry.
We can barely hear you.
I'm sorry. Well, I'll hold my. Okay. Be a little less verbose. This is a one-off event, correct?
Yes.
And okay, because swimming in ignorance, I had thought that this seemed to be clearly civil disobedience, and after listening to a couple hours of what is sort of testimony, then it doesn't seem that way at all to me. Another question I have is, this is related to the business because some people will approach this as a business question, despite our attorney's preference for seeing this as a personal event. And that is, how many days, or I mean, just roughly, have you been closed because of the COVID event? My supposition is that the fine is pitiful in compared to lost income. I would suppose that $250 a day would be every day that you're shut. Is that correct, or?
Yeah, we've been closed from day one, from when the order was announced. We closed the second we heard about anything.
So
we've been 100% in compliance with every order.
Thank you very much. That really answers my personal questions. And you might want to stay unmuted if that's okay with the rest of the council in case they have other questions. So.
Anybody else have a question of the Leslies before, so that I can?
Don't.
Andy, you have any questions for the Leslies? Okay, no. All right, I'm gonna go ahead, but I can always unmute you again if somebody asks a question.
Okay. Well,
let's try to get as little feedback as we can on the right now.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, it's like, wow, I can hardly hear what people are saying.
Yeah.
How am I coming through in general, Mr. Mayor? Can you hear me?
Yes, when Matt mutes his phone is a little bit better.
Okay. Well, I'm going to cede the floor for a little bit. Somehow this technical difficulty flustered me, and I'm going to listen to other council members for a bit and probably come back and revisit some items that I would like to address.
So,
Mayor, I have Council Member Segerstrom raising her hand.
Doug, I would like to just clarify that that you can have a private event in a business space.
No, you cannot.
You're not supposed to. It's not allowed. It's there's different consequences to be a business open and operating, so, potentially selling alcohol versus a private gathering that happens to be in a business that's allowed by the business owner.
Well, I feel very sorry for the Leslies and for their loss. I know that losing a family member is a terrible blow. But I also, I'm sorry, I'm one of those people that believe in the COVID, and there's been, 320,000 deaths, and they project 300,000 more. It was an ill-advised event. I know that it gave comfort to everyone, but I, worry that all the gathered people are vectors and they all went out into the community. And I'm glad to hear that so far no one is ill. But I do agree that perhaps that there is not equity in the way that small businesses are more stringently affected by all of these mandates. So, but we have no, once again, there has been no complaints from the big box stores, none from Lowe's, none from Save Mart. Wow. Well, community is falling down around us but I don't go into either of them because I know that there's that it's not safe in there.
I suspect there might be some tomorrow.
Yeah.
I suspect so.
And just to clarify, the city has not received information from the public health
From
department.
the public health, yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, prior or after August.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess it's come to me. So a few things. One is I happen to work at Lowe's, so I do know some of the protocols they have, at least there, if not Walmart. Ever since the stay-at-home order has taken effect, I can tell you that there is no one. I will say there is no one at the door that will that is assigned to make sure everyone that comes in wears a mask. However, most of the patrons that do come in wear a mask. All the employees wear a mask. That's required. We would be in jeopardy of losing our job if we did not do so. So I can only report from Lowe's since I work there. And also part of the order is deemed as an essential business, and there's only supposed to be so many people in there per the square footage, and we haven't gotten to the point to where we're doing counting people, but it's been a lot more sparse in our sales even through the holiday season. It seems a little slow, even on the weekends. So enough said about that. Regarding the fines, we had when we put in this order in the first place back in March or April, I believe April.
April 6th.
Okay. One of the things that we talked about at that time, I recall, was that we wanted this to be more of a last resort, having to fine somebody, and that we were going to do education first. And frankly, when this first came on the agenda, I was very much in favor of issuing the fine. A couple of things came up during the public comment that concerned me. One was that one of the things we talked about in April was that there would be an education component to it first, before we got to the point of fining. And from what I understood from the testimony and also from staff as well, I believe that there was no interim education component. No letters been sent or anything like that. So that kind of that is a bit of a red flag for me. The other part is a lot of people have attested to the fact that there are other businesses that seem to be in violation and aren't at the point of being fined, and they've had have had education components to it. So so I'm having I guess a little bit of trepidation at this point. I don't believe we need to go back and revisit the finding system. I think we definitely need it. I'm not sure at this point that we've followed all the protocol that we were talking about in the first place back in April and since. That's kind of where I'm thinking right now. So I'm not really sure exactly how I'm going to come down at this in the end. So I'm happy to listen to my colleagues' viewpoint.
Council, would you like me to respond to that, Councilmember?
Sure, sure, if you like, sure.
So yes, we had talked about, so just so you know, the ordinance does say that the city administrator has the discretion to issue a warning or to issue a citation. So that is in the discretion of the ordinance code. And we had talked about the educational component in which the city of Sonora is doing their enforcement. At the time of this event, in consultation with the police chief and the public health officer, we felt that this was such an egregious event that it warranted a fine beyond just a warning. And so that is why this is being brought before the council at this point, because of the numerous patrons within the establishment, the non-masking and the non-social distancing, the movement from the purple tier into the stay-at-home order at that moment was warranted on behalf of Tuolumne County Public Health, our City of Sonora Police Chief, and myself. And that is why the recommendation is for a fine. I will say that I have had discussions with members of staff at the Sportsman, I believe an employee named Steve Kane. They did reach out to us when we moved into the purple tier. So we did give a bit of education then, back I think at the end of November. But again, that was prior to the straight movement into the stay-at-home order. But that is why at this discretion, because the ordinance allows the discretion of the city administrator to make the determination whether a warning is issued or a straight citation is warranted. And that is why the recommendation is such.
Okay. Is it back to me? I go ahead and yield the floor to whoever else wants to speak at this point.
Mayor, I think you got Councilmember Such's hand up. Yep, he's in.
Jim, I had the same, kind of understanding that the thought about fines was that we would educate first. And in fact, that's how the city has behaved with small businesses, because as we all know, the city does not survive without small business. I mean, the city is not anti-small business. There isn't anyone on this council who is anti-small business. This event was different, however, because it wasn't a small business struggling to survive and breaking some rules. It was a somewhat egregious event in its number and its lack of compliance with the codes. And I would like to ask the Leslies if you could unmute them, Doug, is that okay?
Yeah, let me see if they want to give me the thumbs up to get on.
If they want to be unmuted.
Preston and Colleen, Leslie, are you okay to be unmuted? Yep. Okay.
You turn it down.
So my question is, I mean, I understand that a family member died. I lost a niece last January to probably what was one of the early cases of COVID in this state. She was 33, vibrant, healthy, and we had a celebration of life planned for her in April that we had to cancel because of COVID. And we had a celebration of life planned for her in May that we had to cancel because of COVID. And it was devastating to her husband, to her parents, to her siblings, to her close friends, to me. So I understand this, but what I also understood was that I had a greater responsibility to my community and to her community to not violate it. So my question for you is, did you not know that this was that you were breaking the rules?
Well, to be honest, I mean, we weren't thinking of anything other than the kids and the family. I mean, it wasn't even a thought.
Really? Even though you're a small business downtown, so you're kind of enmeshed in these kinds of things, these rules?
Well, I don't know what you're meaning by enmeshed in these rules.
Well,
because we have someone that runs the Sportsman from day to day. We do not run that. We do not run the Sportsman from day to day. No.
You don't. I mean, if I had a small business, if I had a liquor license, I would know the rules. There's no doubt in my mind. And I'll take you at your word.
Well, if you're trying to like make me say something to make myself look bad, and that, you know, we blatantly, you know, screw you guys. I mean, it's kind of what I said earlier. If you want to back us against the wall and you want to paint us the bad guy, we'll play that role if that's what you want us to do. I mean, we could have made it worse. We could have, instead of coming here, we've been closed this whole time with all this stuff and all this bad stuff being said. We're not going to make any more enemies. We could have been open every single night since this happened, or that we knew we were going to get a fine. You know, every night that on Facebook we get socially freaking bashed by every single person. We could have done that. We could have been in the face. We could have been the biggest nightmare ever. That's what everyone expected of us. That's what they are expecting of us.
Well, I mean, that's not
well,
what I'm.
They know we were trying to raise money. They know we were trying to raise money. I don't know what you want me to say. We did it. We can't take it back. It is what it is. Nobody got sick.
Not
Thank
yet.
God. I'm
Not
sorry.
yet. It's been 9 days.
I don't know what else you want from me.
Okay, that was all I wanted. That's it. So I just would like to read something that I wrote. Tonight, as well as you know, on Facebook, which I actually try not to sign on to, but it's something like this. If you don't like how I run my business, or you don't find I'm doing or you find that I'm doing something that you don't agree with, please don't come in. That's your right. My business is mine. And I don't entirely disagree with that statement. And I certainly wouldn't go into a business that didn't comply with the COVID rules. I would not. I just wouldn't. But I would argue that the intersection of our lives does not stop at the threshold of your business. We likely shop at the same grocery store. We likely go to the same post office. Perhaps we went Christmas shopping at the same stores downtown, trying to help, knowing it's not enough. Your children or grandchildren go to schools with other children and likely come in close contact with their teachers and other staff. We use the same hospital for healthcare. Our friends work there and are exposed to COVID every single day. Masks aren't perfect. We all know that. No one said they were, but they buy enough safety to make them the wise choice. The same is true about social distancing. I stand in line, not as sheep, not because I'm compliant, but because I don't want anyone to get sick because of me. I don't think the science is wrong. I think we have sufficient data to show these tiny measures work, or at least help. Let's pretend I'm wrong, though. There will probably be less illness spread, but let's pretend you're wrong. Someone could die or become permanently impaired. A mask is not too much to ask. We are here to protect our businesses. We are not here to be punitive. I think that that's very clear because we passed this ordinance in April and we haven't fined anyone. So we are not anti-small business. I also would like to clear something up about there was a lot of talk tonight about homelessness and under the governor's order, homeless camps are exempt, and there's a reason for that. I mean, that you can't. There's not a way. There's not a way to manage homeless camps. You know, they're almost like, you know, they're living in close quarters. They're living without hygiene. There's just not a way to. Frankly, they're protected. So, you know, that's not a perfect parallel to small businesses. Thank you. That's it.
Would any other council members like to speak?
Mr. Mayor, I see the Mayor Pro Tem Plummer with his hand raised.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I appreciate listening to other council members. There's a lot of wisdom, and I sometimes lack that. So, unfortunately, nearly a year of living these COVID conditions has caused, it seems, a lot of shortness of temper and intemperance in both words and actions. I personally would like to see the city's approach be just like with the other businesses. It seems to me, I mean, okay, like the other incidences, since we're in theory not even talking about a business, but individual people. I almost never go against the recommendations of staff. My respect for them is enormous, and I don't in any way want to give the impression that this virus is not a big deal to me and the community. It is. I happen to live with someone who is very worried about it. I know what those feelings are like as well. But I think that it would be appropriate in these circumstances just to treat the Leslies like all of the other incidences where we have first done education and then move on to fines. We were reluctant to get into the whole fining business to begin with. I believe the Leslies when they say this is a one-off event. And so my position is I would like to see us forego the fine. One of the things that really bothers me though, and it's just the level of, it seems, personal viciousness where not just dealing with an infraction, but where some of our community members seem to are trying to get them to cost them their ABC license, their FFL license, and everything else that one makes the such an icon. And it's not a fine so they learn something. It's an effort to ruin them and their lives and punish, just to kill them off economically. And so, I mean, some of the people with very strong opinions probably have not suffered a penny's loss in this whole downturn. The people who make the rules for us are mostly government officials who haven't seen any economic difficulties and maybe only positives from it. Other people have to sell stuff cheap because they can't keep going. Just the moral inequity of people with nothing on the line trying to put other people struggling to stay alive in our small businesses is very disturbing to me. So I know I'm going to irritate a lot of people. It's not because I don't take because I take this whole thing lightly, but this is a decision where we are literally going to irritate one half or the other of the county. And my position is we treat the Leslies like we have treated everybody else we have had any of this contact with. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Before I make any comments, does any other member of the council want to make any comments or ask any questions? And Mary Rose, do you see anyone?
I do not, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so I'll get to my speech here. Gentleman made the comment earlier, and he's exactly right. We haven't been this divided since the Civil War. If you go back and look at history, I mean, this is a huge division. I mean, maybe you could bring up Vietnam, but even then, we weren't as divided as we are now. I know that the Leslies and others were going through some serious grief. So when they got asked the question, didn't you know? Well, I'm sure they knew, but other things I would imagine would have taken precedent over that. They're thinking of the kids' lives, that sort of thing. I can only empathize with that. I know the individual that died was about 2 years older than me, so that kind of hits home a little bit there. With everything with our small business shutting down, I know I've talked to Thomas and Cindy. I know Thomas had to lay off about 10 people. A few of those were single moms. And losing a waitress job really pays really, really well. And to lose that kind of job, that's really tough. These are just some thoughts I have. So the other questions I have, and these are more legal, maybe not questions, these are just statements. You know, the city has set a precedent. We have set a precedent by education. Yes, this was egregious. Yes, this happened. But again, I do take the Leslies at their word as this is a one-off thing. And we've set a precedent by establishing education and a warning system before any sort of fines. And in fining them, if the council would decide to do that, we'd be bypassing our own precedent. So I have to agree with the Mayor Pro Tem on this one. I can't go for a fine or anything like that. Again, a warning, yes. But again, taking the grief part in, it just to me is awful hard to point to a fine right off the bat. The one thing is I received a couple calls about this, and I think it was brought up. There was a private purchase of alcohol, and I believe Doug, you even spoke of that also. So there was a private purchase of alcohol, so their ABC license shouldn't be in jeopardy. Again, I don't know the ins and outs of selling alcohol and having alcohol in a business, but again, that's something else. So I guess what I'm saying is I cannot go forward with pushing for any kind of a fine at this time. I don't think it's appropriate. So unless any other council member has any comments or questions, Mary Rose, or Doug, how should we proceed with this? Do we do a roll call vote? Is this just us simply
Not
giving
a vote.
direction?
I need majority direction. So right now I'm looking at 2 and 2. So I'm kind of looking to see what Councilmember Garaventa is leaning towards.
Great. Just what I always wanted to have it come down to me. Again, there's a few things that just bother me on both sides, and one one thing that I see when I see those pictures of everyone up all together, nobody wearing masks. I mean, we're in the middle of a pandemic, and that just like is a humongous red light. That part of it bothers me. But the other part that bothers me too is that when we talked about doing the fine, enforcing all of this, we did say that when we implemented the ordinance back in April, that we were going to go the education route first and go into the fines afterwards. Fines were a last resort. So if there had been previous issues at the Sportsman where they, needed to be talked to, where they needed to be sent a letter or whatever, we have sent letters and talked to all various kinds of businesses. To me, I feel like we're kind of bypassing what we talked about back in April. So I have this dichotomy of where I feel that the folks there, yes, I understand they were grieving, but were clearly violating masking and social distancing as if COVID wasn't going to touch them and not be an issue. People can, you can spread it even if you're asymptomatic to other people. It's a virus. That's how it works. I mean, we all, one of our constituents reminded me the other day is we need to be careful when we breathe the same air, because that's what it is. When we breathe this, when we're in a situation where we breathe the same air, we have to be safe. And seeing the pictures really bothers me that no one was really taking that into account. Yet again, back to the other. Really, at this point, I can't. I really can't support fining when we didn't do the education component first, because we all made a point of doing that back in April. The problem, and obviously there's your third vote, but I don't want this to be something where people think that, okay, it's okay, that the city will not have any teeth, will not be enforcing, because that's not going to be true in the future. But I really feel we missed that one component, and that's why I can't support it. And I was ready to support it when we first came in here. It's that component we talked about in the past. So there you are. That's it.
Mayor, you have Councilmember Segerstrom's hand up.
Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Segerstrom. Thanks, Doug.
Thank you. Sort of, it's getting darker and darker here. At this point, it seems to me that the fine, what's happened through the course of this 3 hours is tantamount to a fine. I mean, everyone knows the circumstances now. Everyone is aware of the dangers of COVID and probably, as I said, a very ill-advised, but well-intentioned offer of a wake that should have been postponed, because I mean there's hundreds of thousands of families that haven't been able to grieve, and sent vectors out into the community most likely, and we still have time to figure that out, whether they will become ill, but I'm not sure that now a fine is really going to make all that difference. Maybe once again they get what's the other thing? A certificate of awareness, and And now we know what the consequences are of acting ill-advisedly. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm not sure I would go ahead with the fine, because I think the poor Leslies have pretty much and the council too have pretty much been beaten up over this whole thing. So.
All right, Mayor. Oh, wait. I see another council member Such has her hand up. Sorry about that.
I am struggling with this as well, because it actually was my understanding that we would start with education, although the difference with in this case was it wasn't a small business struggling to survive. We've all turned a blind eye to that. That's not what this was about. I mean, and the Leslies say that very clearly. They didn't make money off of this. This wasn't a way to help their business. It was an event to help them and to help Sarah's children and family get through the grief process. My bigger struggle is I do think that we have been too soft on the big box stores. If there may be, perhaps there haven't been big complaints, but formal complaints, but there have been many complaints. And if we don't find tonight, I would ask that we do find big box stores. When we get the complaints, or the public health department gets the complaints, that we look forward to that. Because frankly, if I were the Leslies watching this, I would think, what's the difference between our event and what happens in Walmart every single day? And I can't argue that there's
not much difference.
Any difference. But what I would also ask the council is to direct staff, because but what I do want to say is what is different about this event also than the other small businesses who were given cease and desist orders or education or whatever they received, and not fines, because none of us ever wanted to give fines. The city administrator never wanted to give fines. It's why the initial fine is so low. I mean, no one wanted to fine. But we had to have some recourse if someone was denying, if a business was denying and ignoring these mandates. And frankly, regardless of what you think about them, they are laws. They are laws, and we are supposed to enforce them. But we have to enforce them evenly. And I apologize to the Leslies for that. But what I would also ask the council, the difference, I keep forgetting to say this, the difference also about this event for me and a regular small business was the actual size and crowd of this event. And that's a little bit different than someone serving someone a beer that they're not supposed to serve them. For me, it's the crowd that drew, unmasked. I mean, and I'm sure that there are people in there that were masked, but by and large, people were unmasked, shoulder to shoulder for 3 hours. That's called a super spreader event, you guys. And I think the council should have a whole separate ordinance for super spreader events, because if we allow this with no recourse, we better have recourse for the follow-up that will surely come. And that's it for me.
Oh, with that, Mayor, I think we have direction on, so I don't think that there's anything else required on this item.
Okay, if any, well, I'm sure there's still members of the public still listening, and I'll definitely put it out there. If there is any questions from the public, concerns, feel free to send me an email. I will get back to you. But these are rough times, and again, we haven't been as divided as we are now since the Civil War, and it's pretty scary because we're each other's neighbors. Many of my friends were on these phone calls, people I've known for over a decade. It's just some pretty scary times. So again, please follow up with us. I'm only a phone call or an email away. So Moving on to under new business, item number 8, which is approve resolution 1221-2020A to revise the city's current administrative policy number 33, purchasing policies and procedures, and adopt it as part of the city's administrative policy and procedures manual. Mary Rose.
Mr. Mayor, council members, the Administrative Services Officer and I have been trying our best, even in a pandemic, to review all city policies and update them as we see that they are out of compliance with current government code and federal law. So what we have brought before you is a resolution 1221-2020A to update the purchasing policies and procedures. And this item is actually being brought forth through our Administrative Services Director, who is actually the purchasing agent for the city. But I just wanted to do a brief introduction. Our policy, our administrative policy, actually dates to the 1990s since it's been updated. So it's grossly out of date with government code and purchasing policy in government code right now. So Chris is going to go forward and explain to you what the resolution is and what the policies are updated in this new administrative policy.
Okay.
Go ahead, Chris.
Good evening. So this is administrative policy number 33. It was updated April of 2006. So that was the last time it's been updated. What we did is went through it and added a section on ethics and on the FPPC component as well. And then the main change is the authorization limits for purchasing and the bid amounts, and when a verbal quote versus a written quote are required. So those limits have been updated to a more standard rate. You know, right now what we have is many times when we do purchasing for simple things, even purchasing paper for the office, it requires quotes, it requires a PO because the limit is so low. And so what we've done here is just updated things to make the offices run more efficiently. It requires less staff work, providing POs, getting multiple quotes, etc. And just remember all these, you know, when we do purchase, they are amounts that are through the budget process. They have been approved by council. There's nothing outside of that. So basically that's what we've done here.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Do any members of council have any questions or comments?
No, other than just happy that we're updating and making so that we can run more efficiently.
Mayor, Councilmember Such also has her hand up.
Okay.
So is it normal business practice to have verbal quotes?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
How binding is that?
So generally you have to document it. So if you have a purchase that you want to make, somebody will either email or by phone call and write down in documentation what that verbal quote is, and then produce that to the purchasing agent. And that is what makes it binding.
Yeah, most of the time in today's world, a verbal quote, you'll get an email follow-up that confirms the numbers.
So I think that would be binding, but when I see two verbal quotes so someone could just get two verbal quotes for something of, you know, for a purchase of $14,000. I mean, I don't know. That seems a little. I mean, then I should say followed with email documentation or something. I mean, just verbal quotes seems really floppy business to me. But
well, that's how it's written in the public world. It is called verbal quotes. Again, you wouldn't buy something without follow-up emails or whatever, you know, to have some backup.
Okay. So, and then in the event quotes cannot be obtained as outlined, so just farther down on page 2, right before discretionary purchases, in the event quotes cannot be obtained as outlined in the policy, an explanation shall be included with the purchase requisition, so you don't even have to follow this policy. So I'm just.
No, that means if you cannot get a quote based on the policy, if it's for an emergency purpose or whatever the purpose is, perhaps it's sole source, you would have to explain why you're not getting those quotes.
Yeah. So for instance, there's only one producer of this type of product within a certain square mile. And so there's no point in getting verbal quotes because you know that there's only one producer. So that would be a sole source discretion. Or it's an emergency and you need to do the purchase. Under emergency powers, you could make the purchase under the emergency powers.
And you would have to explain that before a PO would be issued.
Yes. Oh, okay. Okay. That makes sense then. That's it for now. I might have something later. You know me.
So I will just say that under government code, the limits that we have set are far lower than government code allows. And so we have placed them at where we feel that the city council is comfortable. But government code allows far more discretion from a monetary basis than what is in this administrative policy. We've tried to be as conservative as possible, but still trying to be as efficient as possible.
Yeah, we took into consideration the size of the city and its size of its budget.
Yeah, so it's conservative.
Yes.
Is it conservative for a city this size? Or is it just normal for a city this size? Or is it
conservative for a city this
Yeah,
size?
it's conservative for the city this size.
Good for us.
Does anyone else have any?
The presumption is that that we are conservative and parsimonious and would probably squawk quite a bit about the states, which would apply equally to Los Angeles or San Francisco.
Sure. So, Los Angeles and San Francisco have million dollar discretion. We're not going to do that here in the city of Sonora.
Okay, do any other council members have any questions or comments?
Nope. Councilmember Such has her hand up, Mayor.
Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Such.
page 5 of this policy, but page 95 in the packet. Under local purchases, when fiscally prudent, the city shall make purchases from a business enterprise as defined in ordinance number 703, definition D. I assume that's from a local business enterprise.
Yes, that refers to, we'll attempt to purchase from a local business that's in the city prior to purchasing the similar item elsewhere.
But can I just add, Councilmember Such, that cannot stand under federal purchases and under federal grants. 2 CFR Part 200 and federal guidelines do not allow local jurisdictions to make preference to local vendors. So in the event where we have grants that require federal funds or FEMA, we cannot follow that guidance.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, anyone else before I ask for public comment? Okay, is there any public comment on this item? Doug, do you see any public comment?
Let me do my thing. If you'd like to make a public comment, *9 or use the raise your hand feature. Again, this public comment would only be on this particular agenda item. Although we're a little bit less popular in terms of participants at this point.
Yeah,
Yes, really. Yeah.
There's no hands raised.
Okay, so we will bring it back to the council.
Okay, I will.
For a motion in a second.
Okay, I'll move to approve resolution 12-21-2020-A to revise the city's current administrative policy 33 and adopt it as part of the city's administrative policy and procedures manual.
And
Second.
Sorry, was that Councilmember Sagerstrom?
Okay. So motion by Councilmember Garaventa, second by Councilmember Sagestrom. Mary Rose, roll call vote, please.
Mayor Hawkins,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Plummer,
Aye.
Councilmember Garaventa,
Aye.
Councilmember Sagerstrom,
Aye.
Councilmember Such.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Next item on new business, number 9, consideration to award the say this 10 times fast, public safety power shutoff preparation grant generator equipment contract to Bay City Electric Works.
Mr. Mayor, this item is coming from your Community Development Director, Rochelle, so she's going to go ahead and take care of this item for you.
You, actually, the funds were, your Administrative Services Director was the one that was able to obtain these funds. You have a total of $217,551. We've been assisting Chris in getting everything put together so that we can get bids in and quotes out and get moving forward on this project. The building inspector has also been helping because there's some electrical work that has to be done, especially here at City Hall, in order to accommodate the generator. The city currently does not have any generators, so it is a complete new system for the City Hall to have a generator installed. So the first phase of this project was to determine the type of equipment that we needed for each of the facilities and looking at the electrical loads for the facilities and what needed to be done on that and what type of equipment we should spec. And after that was completed, we went out to get quotes for just the generator, the equipment part, which is the generators and the automatic transfer switches. And it also includes the install part of that, part of installing the equipment as well. We reached out, there's 3 different suppliers for generators. There's Kohler, there's Generac, and then there is oh darn it, what's the other one? Chris, you're on there, I know you are. Not Kubota, but Holt. Sorry guys, there's one more supplier out there.
I don't remember it either.
So
Sorry.
we reached out to their suppliers that because they each will have a supplier for this area. And Holt Brothers was the 3rd company that we reached out to. They did not put in a proposal for equipment for their type of generators. So we did get a quote from Kohler for a Kohler generator, and we did get one for Generac. Bay City Electric Works is for Kohler, and Tritechnic was for the Generac generators. I've included for you the costs associated with both of those equipment for the equipment and install of just the generators themselves, and it's $137,516 from Bay City and $167,755. I will tell you that both of the companies were very nice to deal with. They were very helpful as we were putting things together, but we are recommending that we go with Bay City. Kohler is a good product and the quote is lower. We're looking at about 15 to 17 weeks before the generators and the automatic transfer switches will be delivered. While this is going on, we'll be doing all the electrical work, getting the pads ready, move the propane tanks, and get everything in place so that when the equipment gets here, it's just a matter of setting it and hooking it up to all of the electrical. So that's what we have. If you have any questions, if I can't answer it, Chris is available as well.
I do have a question. Where in City Hall were you going to put it?
It's going to go on the 2nd floor or 3rd floor of the parking structure in the corner.
Oh, okay.
Next to the street.
Okay, I was trying to think a footprint somewhere inside the building, and I couldn't visualize anything. But that makes sense. Putting in the parking structure. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Darren met with Jerry to make sure that it was structurally something that could be supported there.
Cool.
Anyone else have any questions?
I don't see any other questions from council. Mayor.
Okay. Then we will ask for public comment.
Okay, if you'd like to make a public comment, please press *9 or use the raise your hand feature. Again, public comment is limited to the particular item we are discussing. Mayor, I do not see any hands raised.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I just saw one.
Oh.
I just saw one by the name of Recall News.
No.
He just went. He's been going back and forth, Doug. I saw his hand just go.
No, I know. He's unmuted right now. He or she is unmuted right now.
Individual that has Recall Newsom, feel free to speak, please. Will? Then I guess we shall bring it back to the council.
So I do have one more question.
Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
So the grant is for 217,500 and the bid is 137.5. That's what's that, $80,000? Is that $80,000 all going to be used up in the separate electrical work, or is there going to be some left over?
There are kind of 2 or 3 more phases. So you have all the electrical work that has to be done at City Hall. And we'll be bringing those, we got quotes in, we'll be bringing that back to you guys in January. And I believe that was about 60,000. So we're about 197,000, and that included City Hall, Police Department, what needs to be done at Public Works. We're gonna probably put in a 40 amp transfer switch there because the electrical out there is pretty gnarly.
Yeah.
In order for them to hook the the portable generator in. So yeah, that it'll take up a lot of that. Plus we've got to do fencing and K-rail. We've got to get propane in. We've got to do pads. So there's just a lot of moving parts to finish up the project.
No, I was just looking to see if there's any extra money to do something over at the firehouse. So.
And then there's some roof repairs that'll have to happen here at City Hall once everything gets pushed through the roof. So yeah, it'll eat a lot. Plus the other thing is some of the work that we did on the signals earlier, we might be able to use some of that money to cover some of the city's cost on that as well.
Yeah, some of the battery backup for the signals, we could charge with the grant.
Traffic signals?
Yes, for our traffic signals.
Cool. Very good. Very good.
And there's also educational pamphlet we're working on, and some of the printing costs of that will go with that grant as well.
Cool.
And
I hate to give money back.
No,
Yeah,
we're not.
exactly.
Sorry, Matt.
No. I was just thinking, I thought I had more of a question, but the grant was written by Chris?
Yes, Chris is the one that got the money for the city. He deserves that credit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dorsey.
Well, thank you. But after I got the grant, I realized I don't have time to do anything with it. So I'm very thankful that Rochelle and Darren and Jerry were there to help.
Well, we definitely appreciate your hard work and everyone else that's involved also, but really and truly, thank you very much.
No problem. We're a team.
That is true. A very good team. Okay, so make sure I don't lose my place here. Okay, so I guess I'm looking for a motion in a second, Mary Rose.
Yes, sir.
Okay, looking for a motion in second.
I'd like to make a motion to award the Pacific Safety Power Shutoff Preparation Grant Generator Equipment Contract to Bay City Electric.
I'll second.
Okay, have a motion by Councilmember Such and a second by Councilmember Segerstrom. Mary Rose, roll call vote, please.
Mayor Hawkins?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Plummer?
Aye.
Councilmember Garaventa?
Aye.
Councilmember Segerstrom?
Aye.
And Councilmember Such?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Okay, I just lost my paper. Well,
We're on item number 10, Mr. Mayor.
okay. Yeah, I don't know where I just put my paper though.
The mayor,
Here we go. Never mind. I got it. Okay, item number 10. Under new business, consideration to receive direction from staff on the temporary commercial usage of parking areas on Washington Street / State Highway 49.
Mr. Mayor, council members, this item we've actually kind of talked about a couple of times in regards to allowing businesses additional seating space when available, because as of right now, we're under stay-at-home order for additional seating outdoors. So looking at the Caltrans encroachment permit, temporary encroachment permits that allows particular parking spaces to be utilized in the Caltrans right-of-way to serve as additional seating spaces for restaurants when the reduction in capacity within the tiers is there for your restaurant. So when we're in the purple tier and they're all outdoors, or we're in the red tier and there's limited capacity, or orange tier when there's limited capacity. At the last council meeting, the city council had directed staff to go and look at the Caltrans temporary encroachment permit guidelines and to report back to staff direction on what those guidelines entailed. And so what city staff has done in working with our city engineer and is also working with our Interwest building official and our CASP ADA specialist is look at the Caltrans guidelines and see how that relates to our Caltrans right-of-way here in the city of Sonora, which is Washington Street or Highway 49, and Stockton Road, which is also Highway 49 Caltrans right-of-way.
Still a meeting.
If
Oh,
you
God.
see within the report, the city engineer actually directed a memo to the council and myself in regards to his recommendation and going over some of the requirements of that encroachment permit. One of the main notes I'd like to inform the council is when asking for a type of encroachment permit from Caltrans, the city assumes that permit. So although the businesses would be asking for the ability to have additional space within those parking spaces on Washington Street, it would be actually the city of Sonora asking Caltrans for the permit and accepting liability for that permit. So that's one of the issues. If you saw within the agenda report, is as the risk manager, that makes me a little bit leery, as the city of Sonora would be assuming the permit and the liability with the safety mechanism of pedestrians sitting in open spaces and parking spots in downtown Washington Street. The other thing that the city engineer pointed out, and also in addition in the agenda report, is the ADA requirements still hold true even with a temporary encroachment permit. And those are that ADA access, path of travel with a minimum of 6 foot width must be maintained on the sidewalks. Parklet regulations require that the parklet area be ADA accessible from the sidewalk. So if you're familiar with the way that our sidewalks are in the city of Sonora, the sidewalks are higher than the street. So most people would have to step down into the street to be able to have access to that parking spot. As the regulations are written, even for the temporary encroachment permit, the ADA accessibility would still have to be met. So meaning, patrons of the restaurants would not be ADA accessible for patrons to step down into the street. There would have to be a smooth path from the sidewalk to that additional seating space. I'm going to let Jerry, our city engineer, kind of go into more detail about that. But those were the two main issues when city staff were looking at the guidelines. Of course, we want to do all that we can for businesses and ensuring that they have additional space within the COVID guidelines. But from a staff perspective, those two issues were the main focus of why we don't necessarily recommend the encroachment permit. We did reach out to Caltrans District 10, which is the Sonora district, to ask if any other cities along the Highway 49 corridor, Gold Rush kind of cities, had asked for additional encroachment permits along their area, and they said that they have not found any other jurisdiction within that Highway 49 corridor that had asked for an encroachment permit to utilize Caltrans right away for additional parking those parking spots for additional seating space. So at this point, I'm going to let Jerry kind of go into a little bit more detail from an engineering perspective. Jerry, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you, Jerry.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I reviewed this matter, and I'd like to give you a little history of Washington Street and the ownership of the sidewalks. Washington Street is an original townside street. We hold a senior deed to it from the federal government from 1872. In 1933, they established the state highway system. Then the state highway took over Washington Street from the city as a city street, even though it was all improved by the paved and at that time in the 1920s by the city, and all the owners put in the sidewalks. But after 1933, Caltrans owned or the Division of Highways owned the sidewalks plus the street on it. And up until when I came aboard in 1979, Caltrans still owned it, and we cooperated pretty well with Caltrans. They even paid us to maintain the sidewalks. But then it became in the later 90s, they with change of staff, they started getting pretty tough. They ended any maintenance payment to the city and the sidewalks, then started requiring encroachment permits, the use of the sidewalks and things like that. It was really tough on the businesses. And I think city really had it with them in the early 2000s. And they requested that they finally give back the sidewalks to the city. And we actually received a deed back, which the city now owns the sidewalks to the flow line of the curb and gutter, and the right of way that's owned by the state is from the curb and gutter in the street and the parking areas. And and the encroachment regulations have gotten tougher and tougher all through the years. And if you really review the requirements for this particular encroachment permit for use of the parklet areas and the parklet specification, I think, and I'm kind of negative, and I think you're really better off, and the businesses are better off if they don't use the parklet areas. They just use the city sidewalks as city sidewalks. Once you take out encroachment permit, you're bound to the regulations on both the parklet area and the sidewalk area, and they're pretty tough. I think the businesses are better off with just having the relaxed regulation of the use of the sidewalk areas. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jerry.
Yeah.
Thank you. Seriously, thank you for the history, because I didn't know all of that, and it makes sense now. Makes sense why we're at where we're at with all of that.
Yeah.
So again, just to reiterate, Mr. Mayor, as per the direction of the City Council, staff did look at the guidelines in regard to risk management from a risk liability and from an ADA liability. Our recommendation is it's I don't want to say not feasible. It is definitely an additional risk liability for the city to take on the permit status for businesses when businesses add additional seating into the parking spaces. We assume that liability. And then also from those ADA components, it would require that a platform from the curb of the sidewalk be created in those parking areas for restaurants. So that there's that continuous accessibility, ADA accessibility into the parking spot. So from that perspective, that is why we think that at this point, with the permit set to expire in February, it does not seem particularly feasible for the city to lend this type of encroachment permit. But again, we're seeking direction from the council.
Would any members of the council like to ask questions or make a comment?
And I have a question.
Oh.
So it appears too that on Jerry's write-up that dining table service is not permitted. So these parklets would only then be seating, and that's if the table service is not permitted, does that mean that alcohol is not permitted too? So that these parklets would just basically then be parklets?
You know, I haven't looked at it from that perspective. I would need to follow up on that one, Ann, about
Well,
whether.
I mean, it wasn't the point that there would be additional dining space. So
I mean, that was the intent, correct?
Yeah, so if it's not permitted, then dining table service anyway.
Lindsay, can I answer that, or?
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Well, I think it's really uncertain whether you're gonna be able to have table service under this temporary permit. You could probably push it, but one of the other rules that they have is that when the business is closed, all the tables and seating have to go indoors on both the sidewalk and the parkland area. And so that it makes it very difficult for businesses.
Question. So we would have to be envisioning some type of very solid type of barrier as a protective barrier, correct?
Yes, you'd be on the parkland area. You'd be limited to there's a 2-foot setback from the travel lane, and then there's a 4-foot setback on each end of a parking area. And so you're limited to basically a 6 by 16 foot area, and it has to be business. And the rules are just too tough for any business to follow.
Okay, so the follow-up question then, knowing that we have a permanent barrier, even if it's somewhat reduced in size, to me is if they put a packed gravel in there, does that help deal with, or does it deal with the ADA accessibility? If you brought that, because if it's a permanent type or semi-permanent structure around the edge, filling that with 6 inches of gravel would bring it up to where it's level with the curb, ADA accessible, and then you just get a shovel to push it up and load it into a truck when we take everything down.
I don't think you're saying it right. I think the platform has to be built out from the curb line. It'll probably be a wood or a steel structure that can be moved. And then you have to have no access from the street area to that platform. It has to be all from the sidewalk. And then you'll have to have like a railing around it. And then it's questionable whether that would have to be moved every night.
Mm-hmm.
And that was part of the question. If the outside perimeter barrier would also have to be moved on a daily basis, which would be, I mean, it seems impractical, but I'm looking for anything that we can do that might be helpful.
Well, the impacted gravel in this time of year would wash away if there's a rainstorm, because those are drains.
Well, then you have to ensure that the drainage in the gutter flows.
Exactly.
So you have to build something above the curb with a channel underneath it.
Matt.
Road guy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Colette Councilmember would like to speak.
Yeah, I've looked at a lot of these parklets. And there's some really creative ways to do it. I mean, they all have platforms that are level with the sidewalk, you know, that, I mean, of course they would have to do that. If anyone has ever been on crutches, you would know that gravel was not a viable a viable surface to move a wheelchair or to walk on with crutches. But there are some really creative ideas. And what I would ask, I mean, certainly no one can pull this off by February 25th when these permits expire. That's crazy. But I would ask that perhaps this conversation not die, that because I mean, I would love to show people, and I can't because of Brown Act, but I have photographs of really creative things that are safe. They're, I mean, every parklet that's substantial at all has 3 sides and it's open to the sidewalk. I mean, they meet all of those requirements. And I would like to see what Caltrans says about, does it mean that you can't have dining? You can't have dining out there. I did read, Jerry, your summary, and it said that parklet has to be open to all businesses, and it's not just limited to the business that it's adjacent to. It has to be open to the public in general, I believe. I mean, those are all things, I just want to really find some solid answers to some of the questions that we don't have solid answers for, because frankly, I think we owe this to small businesses if this is a possibility. And it's a temporary thing during COVID. But I mean, I was in Berkeley the other day to pick some stuff up for my mom. And this one street had, for the barriers, they used those big plastic barriers they use when they're doing construction on freeways, which I normally would have thought were really ugly, but people got really creative with them and painted them. It was like this fun little project. They were beautiful. And there just are ways to deal with this. And I hope that the Caltrans regs will soften a little bit, perhaps after this first period is over, so that they're actually providing something that you can do and not making it so onerous that no one can pull it off. I certainly share the concern about city liability. I think we have to always think about liability, but we also have to weigh that against the gift that we could be giving to some of our businesses. Perhaps not businesses that are on corners. There are some businesses that own, you could have a much longer parklet than just right in front of your business if you got permission from the next door neighbor. I mean, there are a lot of ways that I just feel like we haven't explored this perfectly yet. And I would just ask that we keep this conversation going, understanding that it's an uphill fight.
Well, I think you ought to see if there's any businesses that are really interested in this.
So I know what it is, but maybe not with all of this limitation.
So we did reach out to restaurants. In the restaurants that did get back to us, there was only one restaurant that showed any type of interest in it. And that was Ember's restaurant. But we, from a staff perspective, being so close from Stockton Road and the turning radius, it's a very hard thing to think about when cars are trying to turn onto Stockton Road from the left-hand turn, and they have parklets right in front of their business. That was the main business that expressed any type of interest from our contacts. Mr. Mayor, Colette, Councilmember Such has a question.
Well, Matt hand her first. So
yeah, I want. So, do all these limitations apply to city streets, or this is just Caltrans? So that the idea of parklets on Stewart Street or Green Street. I mean, could those be, well, Green Street's so narrow, but Stewart Street, I could see some of that parking area, and it's also not as busy for, behind restaurants. So, I mean, is that something that Jerry,
these regs would only be for Washington Street and Stockton Street.
So we could do our parklets somewhere else.
On the city streets, you can do whatever you want.
Oh, goody.
So we did ask businesses too about Stewart Street, and we didn't get a lot of response on Stewart. But then again, we can always go back and ask.
Thank you.
Okay, do any other council members have any questions or comments before I ask for
direction?
Public comment.
Councilmember Such.
Councilmember Such would like to speak, but also your police chief would like to speak as well, Matt.
Oh, okay.
You know, when I think of Embers, and certainly right in front of their restaurant is, I mean, I think Matt brought up that he thought Embers was one of the safer places to do this when we talked about this a long time ago. And I certainly agree with you about the turning radius there. That's a problem. But if we could move them a little bit south so that if they could get permission, there's something that perhaps that turning radius wouldn't be a problem if we could move it south, the southern side of their business and perhaps in front of the business that's south of them. I mean, there are just other ways to get around the turning radius problem. That's it. I just feel like we need to kind of like explore every possibility for our city business restaurants.
Okay. Any other council members?
Councilmember Plummer has a question, but also your police chief wants to speak as well.
Okay.
Well, I was thinking that since this is starting to look like something of a dead letter, which is unfortunate, that we ought to bring back the request. It seemed like part of the reason that we stopped that was to give this more opportunity to proceed and try and make something for all businesses. And I think there'd be, if there's any other council support, that it would be probably good to bring it back.
Yeah, I agree with, I think we should.
Well, I'm sorry, it was all broken up. What are we bringing back?
I'm sorry. The application by Sonora Brewery to use, all of a sudden I've forgotten the name. Bradford Street, which to me, it made sense if we could help everybody to concentrate on that. But it looks like this is something of a dead letter as far as the bulb outs for the city in the time frame that we have. And that's my comment.
Okay, and then on to the police chief.
Thank you, Mayor. My comments are pretty much in line with what Mayor Pro Tem just talked about. You know, when we talk about Bradford Street, I think we can probably make those in a fairly safe manner. When the recommendation came up to utilize State Route 49, Washington Street for parklets, frankly, it scared me. I had our record clerk pull up some numbers just to make sure I wasn't overthinking this. And 2014, between 2014 and 2019, we've had 234 collisions on Washington Street between Elgin Street and Stockton Road. So I really think when we're talking about public safety, using Washington Street is not a recipe for success. But can we do something on Bradford? I think we can make that work. Stewart Street, absolutely. Some of the other streets, Landenberg, I think we can make it work. But I really want to express how concerned I would be about utilizing State Route 49. It's not so much the logging trucks. I know that came up last time, but in my experience here, more times than not, there's great big Winnebago, there's motorhomes. They got about 10 or 12 vehicle mirrors parked on the side of the road, and if those vehicle mirrors were at the table, it might be a pretty disastrous situation. So I fully support if we want to move forward on the side streets, but I really have an issue with Washington Street.
Okay, any other council members have questions or comments? Before I move it to public comment? Okay, then I will ask for public comment on this item.
If you'd like to make a public comment, please use the raise your hand features, or if you are using a regular phone, hit *9. Mayor, the first person with their hand raised, and again, all these items are limited to the item before you. So the first one is BZ Smith.
Okay, go ahead, BZ.
Thank you for letting me speak. I just, first of all, I want to say I'm actually glad to hear this idea come up and to hear some serious discussion about it. Reminder that this was something that was discussed during Vision Sonora, and there were some suggestions of where appropriate places would be for parklets, and that included the intersection, the T intersection at Stockton and Washington, that is in those original designs that were put forth to traffic engineers for us to perhaps take a look at that and look at the possibility of those considerations. It would seem to me that during this time of COVID, when visitorship is down and there isn't as much traffic in the downtown area, that it's very likely that businesses could be more amenable to the idea of freeing up some parking spaces in the downtown area. You know, my mind is seeing Washington Street, but I'm not a city engineer like Mr. Patillo is, and I'm not a police officer like my friend Taru is. But so those other considerations are not in my purview. But I will say that there are many, many towns that are doing this. I just was pulled up an article where this was done in Modesto, right downtown, and it looks really great. The parklets are built with wood, and there's a nice railing that goes around them. There's plenty access on either side of the parklet, and it looks like the business owners do not have to take everything in at night. They can leave some of their things out. I think we should look at other communities for how this is being done and see what might be feasible on a short-term basis. There's also a website that I'm going to send to some of the council members and to Ms. Rotatanga. I'm saying it wrong because I've never said it before, so forgive me. Rotatanga. And thank you. I will email that to you. Apparently there is a website called NACTO.org that is all about creating parklets in communities. And I'll send you that. I think this is a brilliant idea because it goes back to the idea of letting people get out on the streets in Sonora to have that more open and friendly atmosphere that we're all longing for again once COVID is over. To the man who owns the Sonora Brewery, please extend my extreme apologies, but I do not think closing Bradford Street is a good idea, simply because it is the only access to Highway 49 westbound between the Red Church and Stockton Road. And in emergencies, that is a route that a lot of people take to get in and out of town quickly. And so my personal consideration is do not close Bradford, but whatever we could do other than that, I think we should do everything that we can to help our local businesses have this kind of flexibility, especially right now. I'll shut up. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, Mayor, next is Recall Newsom. We're having trouble.
Hear him, Doug.
There we go. Recall Newsom is unmuted.
Darn.
So maybe we should move to the next public speaker.
So the next one is iPhone.
Hey guys, it's Thomas, the owner of Sonora Brewing Company. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
So thanks for looking into it. Any idea is good. I don't really agree with the parklet idea. I mean, just on Washington Street, you can barely get out of the cars if you're, safely without getting hit by a car. So that'd be hard for me to like get everything set up to make it safe for our customers. But we have a side street right there, Bradford Street, and we've, asked for several months now. It's safe. Both chiefs are on board. We've had tons of support for this. There's been a few that aren't for it. There are safe ways to get around Bradford Street. And I don't know what exactly we're doing here when I have a side street right next door. I mean, right next to my building that I could utilize to hire people back once we get to open. And you say you want to help small business. This has been on the table for a long time. I'm glad how we deflected on, thinking up the parklet idea. That's cool, but we have Bradford Street. So if we want to help business, we have Bradford Street. It's right there. It's an option that's ready to rock and roll. And if we could vote on it tonight and actually get some closure, I'd have some time. So when we do open up, I could start working on getting it set up instead of, dragging our feet for another month or two. Both chiefs are on board. We can do it safely. It is what it is. So a lot of the community supports it. There are some that don't, and I respect that. But they don't work for me, and they aren't trying to raise their kid and they just probably didn't just lose their job. And here I am again, asking again, just for a little bit of help from the people who shut me down. That's all I want. So that's all I have.
Mayor, next up is RP.
I would just like to speak a little bit about the parklets. Washington Street just isn't wide enough. We do have a fair amount of traffic coming in because it's a highway, because it's a logging truck route. As much as I wish that would work, I don't see people being able to get in and out of their cars to park and then remove themselves from their parking spaces safely. The idea of shutting down Bradford and allowing Sonora Brewing Company to use it, or to even create some spaces on Stewart Street. Downtown Sonora and their businesses are the heart of our community. This is what brings our tourism in. This is what brings our dollars in. We need those businesses to survive. We don't need any more empty storefronts on Washington Street. We need those businesses booming and these people to come here and be able to stay and have a drink and have a meal and not just maybe go somewhere else because they can't sit down. I think opening up some areas of Stewart or some areas of Bradford are a really good idea for the local businesses that you as a city council are supposed to be supporting. The community members, the employees, the business owners, the taxpayers that you represent. We want this. There are other ways to get downtown aside from Bradford. You can get from the Red Church to Stockton Street without using Bradford Street. That's not correct. I want to see us as a community and you as a city council support the taxpayers in this community, the businesses, the employees, and the rest of the community to keep everything open. And if that means shutting down a street, maybe we do it temporary, give it 6 months, and then let's see what a really good, trying to think of the right word, I'm sorry, but give it 6 months and see what really happens, but don't give it a month and then close it down. Let's give it a real effort in a time where these businesses are just trying to stay open, and then let's vote on it again. Thank you.
Right.
Can you hear me?
If you're
Doug, can you hear
Oh,
me?
yeah, you're on this time, Recall Newsom. So Recall Newsom was up next and we can hear him now, so.
I'd first like to give a big thanks to Doug White for not hanging up on me any of the times I changed my name. Okay, with the downtown situation, you guys, it's as simple as calling the lumber mill and requesting the lumber mill to divert their truck traffic on Jamestown Road or Rawhide Road. If they're coming from out of the county in Calaveras, they've got two options right there. I used to drive a logging truck. As far as our large commercial vehicles going through downtown, like the Walmart truck that almost ran over the car right there across the street from what used to be Alfredo's, right above the park that used to be the car dealership. We should not have these vehicles going through downtown. I completely agree with the police chief about this. This is ridiculous. The fact that Highway 49 has not been moved out of downtown in the last 20 years is asinine. And the fact that Jamestown Road was turned into a subdivision right along what would have been the perfect bypass route is also asinine. We, the community of Tuolumne County, the city of Sonora, need to really put our heads together and start planning. As for the last thing we were talking about, my comment I wanted to make about the generator, and I know I'm not supposed to talk about another subject, we should be talking to TUD and Waste Management and building one of those biogen plants that burns all the waste. This is something we need to look forward to. The ballards on the downtown Main Street are the pop-outs. That's the main subject. I don't think it's a great idea, but I do think we can do anything to help our local businesses out. Buy those ballards. You can buy them for $40 a piece up there at A&L, already pre-made concrete, or we can get the ones like the gal was talking about, those are the highway style ones, the K-rails. But to block off with one of those big concrete barricades, you know, the 2 foot in, whatever the measurement is off the main yellow line, or well, off the white line, but off the main yellow line, wherever the measurement is out, and make those pop outs. I think that would be pretty easy. And the business owners would be willing to build their own decks. People want to make money. We want to spend money. We want to invest in our community. And I don't know if you've caught this with me, everything I've said to you guys. I care about my community. I'm born and raised in this community, and I'm watching it die. And this is disgusting to me. So we as a people need to start making decisions that are better for our community. Okay? Thank you. Oh, close Bradford Street, please. Let him have it. Close every side street. What the hell do we need him for? Make downtown one way and the back street the other way. You know? But that's all I have to say on this.
Okay, thank you, Doug. Do we have anyone else?
Oh, gotta unmute myself. Darren Duez is next.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Duez.
You guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so seeing that project that you want to do downtown, it sounds like what he said about Caltrans. Caltrans is going to have more regulations. Is that what we're trying to do, is very small businesses and regulations? No, it's not. We want to see them succeed with the easiest possible path. There has to be ways. I agree with BZ Smith. There has to be possible ways that we need to come up with places for them to do it without letting Caltrans push a narrative or push something that says that they have to do all this stuff. It's not safe. We don't want our town looking like Berkeley. We don't want our town looking like San Francisco. We don't want that. We want our town to look like our town where we belong. That's what we want. We keep changing this stuff around and stopping. Maybe Bradford Street isn't the answer. I see two chiefs that have come to terms and said great things about being able to pull it off. There's other side streets that lead there. We can do many, many things for our business owners downtown. Maybe change it around, come up with other ideas, but I keep hearing this huge push. Do it downtown, do it downtown, do it downtown. No one wants to do it. I don't want to eat on the side street in a parking lot, but I will to support my businesses. But I'm not going to eat in a parking stall where someone can come by and hit me or my family. I'm not going to do it. You guys heard him. He said there's regulations. ADA cannot make it happen. You aren't going to get enough ramp. I don't know, remember what it is, but 1 inch per fall per 3 feet. What does that put you on a ramp? Out in the street blocking more traffic. Why are we continuing to push the downtown parking lot as a narrative? It should be something different. Maybe the answer isn't Bradford. Maybe there's a different answer. Maybe it's one of the back streets. but we keep pushing this narrative to look like another town. Why are we trying to look like another town? Berkeley does not what we represent. We are Sonora. We should look like Sonora. We were told Caltrans is going to make this more and more difficult. Setbacks, setbacks, setbacks. If nobody heard that, let me echo that again. Setbacks, setbacks, setbacks. Do you hear that? We're going to set back in parking lots or parking stalls more and more and more. What are we going to eat in? 2 foot by 2 foot spaces? Please, please listen to what the expert had to say about Caltrans. It is going to be difficult. Come up with a different solution and stop pushing downtown parking places. Thank you.
Next up, Mayor, is Derek Muniz.
Hi there.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Yes, we can.
Do we lose him?
No, he muted himself again. Derek, we could hear you before, so just unmute yourself again.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
There we go. Yeah. Go for it.
Oh, he muted himself again. Derek, I'm gonna unmute you again.
Okay, sorry. Unfortunately, I'm stuck in like driving mode here. Even though I haven't been driving for hours, I've been in this meeting that long. So I can't turn my camera on. I was just calling in. I own Phone Smart. I'm across the street from Sonora Brewing Company. I see the traffic there on a daily basis, and I can definitely say the usage of Bradford is got to be way down from what it normally would be, with most of the schools not actively doing after school activities or not even open. I don't see a reason why we couldn't actually close Bradford to try and help a small business out. I see a lot of my neighbors struggling, and I think if there's anything we can do to assist in that, I think we should do it. That said, also the parklets idea, I know we've talked about it in the past for other reasons, for Vision Sonora and stuff, and I'm still adamantly against that idea. I don't think anyone wants to sit out in the street in the summer uncovered with gas and smog being blown in their face as cars go by. And I think it's just going to hurt our parking situation, which is already a little bit tight. That's all.
Mayor, next would be Oscar's iPhone.
Thank you, though.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. I have my business downtown as well, and trying to find parking downtown is already a nightmare. Then now you're talking about shrinking the streets down so we could eat pretty much next to our cars. Washington Street, I don't know the statistics like the chief of police does or anything like that, but there's already enough problems. There's already enough accidents. Closing down the side street for the business, why not? We're not using it. It's not a 1000% necessity. Like somebody else said, we can get to Stockton Road different directions if it was an emergency.
Thank you.
I have my business downtown. Parking is really bad already as it is. Having those parklets out there is going to ruin downtown Sonora. Like Darren Lewis said, we are not a big city. We are Sonora. And that's what makes us what we are. That's what brings the people to us. If they wanted to sit out in the street and eat with the smog and the all the stuff, the exhaust from the cars, they stay at home and do it. So that's my 2 cents. That's it. I don't know how to mute it.
I gotcha. Mayor, we got one last, and that's Ryan Scheller.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Hopefully you guys can all hear me now.
Yep.
Yes.
Cool. Hey, just wanted to mention, has anybody considered rooftop? Many different businesses in other communities go to the rooftops for open dining, outside dining, and it is spectacular. You know, you get a city view, you get an overlook view, and it's a nice area to sit outside and enjoy a meal. I know we have an old city, you know, and from an engineering, you know, side of view, our engineers can look at it, and I know not all buildings in our city would, you know, have the infrastructure to have rooftop dining, but maybe we do. So it was just an idea that I had that I wanted to throw out there. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mayor, there are no.
Okay, thank you to everyone. I guess we'll bring it back for council discussion and questions. As usual, I will let everyone go first.
So the question I had was, I'll just, should I just go ahead and go?
Go ahead, Jim.
Okay. Okay. So Ryan kind of threw me a curve there. I don't know if we have any ordinances or anything for about rooftop dining, but it's probably, I definitely think it's something we should look into. He's right though. Most of the downtown businesses are historic, and a lot of them probably couldn't take the extra structure to have people on the roof, but and make us and there's ADA, you know, getting people up there and all that stuff. But regarding the issue at hand, is the direction for staff on the using the parking areas. You're right. There's Jerry's right. There's just way too many impediments from what the from the ADA and Caltrans has on it, and I don't see how we can start a program to try to get around those, and then they take it away in February. So I don't see it being a viable for the temporary situation. That was it.
Oh, okay. Any other council members?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I think Councilmember Garavent actually put it very clearly and succinctly. I like to try anything. I keep on hearing a feedback. Am I getting out clearly?
Yeah, we can hear you. There's been feedback going on all along.
Okay. Okay. Well, so while I would like to look at anything that will help a greater number of our businesses, at this juncture, without some new information, I think it would behoove us to suggest staff not spend more time on this. And that pretty well wraps up my position here.
Oh, let me make sure, Mr. Mayor.
What would anyone else like to comment? Would any other council members like to comment? Excuse me, it's getting late.
Oh, gracious.
Councilmember Such has her hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go
I
ahead,
just
Colette.
want to say that I find Ryan's suggestion compelling. I think, you know, I mean, if we have any flat roofs that could, I mean, that could be actually really cool if we could pull it off. And I'm embarrassed to say I hadn't ever thought about it, but that would, you know, it makes me want to start like fly over Sonora to see what the roofs look like or something. So thanks, Ryan, for that.
Yes, indeed. And you can color me embarrassed as well, because it never even occurred to me.
I agree. I think that the rooftop option is neat. I think ADA, as long as there's seating for accessible seating within a restaurant, and we wouldn't necessarily have to try and get people to the rooftop. But it is an option, and I think we should keep our vision open for the back streets. And I'm still not keen on, you know, I mean, on closing Bradford. I think Green Street actually more attractive. I'd rather eat there than on Bradford, but that's just me.
Mayor, Thomas has his hand raised, just as an FYI.
Yeah, with, I'll definitely, we got through the public comment. So I'll reach out and talk to Thomas about this, because it seems like we're coming to a conclusion on this part. I'm for whatever we can do to make it work. Right now we're talking about, usage of the parking areas on Washington. If we can safely do it in some areas, and I'll say it again, I'm for that. But we need to get creative. I know I took probably a half an hour, 45 minutes with Thomas a couple weeks ago to look at some areas actually on Bradford, because I had a few ideas. But I think it behooves us to do what we got to do to make things happen. So, if a certain part of Washington Street will work for using a couple of the parking spaces. Right now, there's only one business owner that was interested in that, and that was, I believe, the Zelinskis. Then I say, let's go for it. If there's ideas with having something on a rooftop, I think that's an excellent idea. But we got to find ways to say yes instead of finding ways to say no. We got to get our businesses up and running, and that's a big part of what the meeting was tonight. So I definitely would like to see something back before us, even with the usage of Bradford Street. I really think that would behoove us to do what we can to make some things happen. That's my 2 cents. So
Well, the question I have is could it even work there where the Zelinskis are?
On the roof, you mean?
No, out in front.
No, because they're right in front of the stoplight, and they'd have to be outside one way or the other.
Yeah. They'd have to be pushed back. And we have spoken to Cindy before about looking at areas pushed back. And at the time, now this was a while ago, the conversation was she didn't want her servers walking that distance, but that conversation was a while ago. So that was when we first kind of introduced outdoor seating and looking at different areas where she could have outdoor seating. So we would have to have another conversation with her.
Okay.
So I guess with that, Mary Rose, what do you need from us then, or have you gotten pretty much the feedback that you needed?
Yeah, I've got the direction from the majority of the council members at this point, and what I'm hearing is looking and working maybe potentially with Embers to see if there's anything we can do in that. Now, I will caution the council, there's nothing we can do at this jurisdiction with the stay-at-home order. We cannot have outdoor seating at this moment under the stay-at-home order. So it would only be when this county moves into tier and out of a stay-at-home order, which is, I believe, done 3 weeks. We have to be 3 weeks above a 15% ICU capacity. I remember that correctly?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've been consistently below that 15%. So we're still looking at a ways out to get back into the purple tier. But I will reach back out to. I have my direction.
Okay, so off to item number 11, which is the last item on new business. Receive an update on the Social Equity Committee and approve the Social Equity Committee purpose statement. Mary Rose.
Mayor, council members, this item before you is to provide you an update on the City Council created Social Equity Committee. On July 20th, the council gave direction to staff to create, or excuse me, on the selection and formation on a newly created Social Equity Committee. And in the agenda report, I've gone through the steps of what that creation of that committee looks like, who the members of that committee are, and the days and the times in which the meetings are held. We like to alternate, or excuse me, Councilmember Such and Councilmember Garaventa, in consultation with staff, determined that the best days to meet would be alternating Mondays in the month. So we're meeting on the 2nd and the 4th Mondays of the month at 4 p.m. via Zoom. And I have attached the agendas on those meetings to the agenda report. Since September 28th, the committee has met a total of 5 times, and all meetings have been held in compliance with the Brown Act, given 72 hours notice in advance of the meetings and posted on our website as well. And tonight, the Social Equity Committee is asking you to approve their purpose statement. The purpose statement was created and approved by the committee. And if I may, I'll read the purpose statement, or Councilmember Such or Councilmember Garaventa, would either one of you like to read the purpose statement? Or is it okay if I go ahead and do that? I can go ahead and read it.
It's up to you.
Okay. So the purpose statement for the Social Equity Committee that was approved by the members of the Social Equity Committee is: the purpose of the Social Equity Committee is to formalize the City of Sonora's active commitment to belonging, fairness, justice, and equity for all, to listen to diverse and marginalized voices, to provide a safe space for conversation, reflection, and understanding, to recognize and acknowledge implicit bias, to explore systems and identify areas of opportunity, to ensure they work on behalf of the common good for all. We intentionally invite everyone to build common ground and civility in our community. And so tonight, the Social Equity Committee is asking for a formal approval from the City Council on their purpose statement. At this time, I will entertain any questions, but also Councilmember Such or Councilmember Garaventa, if you would like to provide any update as well on the Social Equity Committee, please feel free to do so.
Well, I would yield to Colette because I was unable to go to the last meeting because I had to work and I haven't had a chance to review that meeting. So go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Jim. And I still think you have something to add, but I'll start. So I just would like to go over the goals because I think they're important to sort of direct our what we're going to do going forward. The first goal is creation of a Social Equity Committee mission and vision statement. We have not done that because we chose as a group to write a purpose statement instead. But because that was the direction of the council, we will go back and do that. I think it's too soon to tackle that one though. Creation of a social equity resolution. That's also something that we will do in the future, not in the next few meetings. Review and possible update of the city values statement. And I actually read that for the first time today. I will bring that to, I will put that on the agenda for the next meeting to start looking at that. It hasn't been updated since 2006, so we probably could bring it a little bit more into the current times. Review and possible update of city policies on racial sensitivity. I'm not sure that we have those, but we'll look into that. Review and possible racial sensitivity training for city staff and city council, and community partner engagement to ensure proper circulation of racial and diversity sensitive material for the community at large. The thing that we are working on also is to schedule a workshop for not just the committee but for the council at large and for partners at large in the community. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done going forward on that as well. But lots of good conversation, lots of difficult conversations, and I thank you, council and city staff, for letting us work this out. That's it for me.
Well, that's pretty much it for me too. Colette has outlined what we've been doing. I would just go on from there and let's listen to what the public comment has to say.
Oh, I have a question here for Doug. Matt is having phone problems. Are you going to unmute him and have him resume, or am I supposed to take over here?
He unmuted me.
Okay, great.
Thank you though, Mark. Okay, so if there's no other council member questions, we will turn it over to public comment. And this is basically us receiving an update on the Social Equity Committee and approve the Social Equity Committee purpose statement.
If you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 or use the raise your hand feature. Mayor, the first comment we have is from the black guy.
The black guy.
Mhm.
We're listening to the black guy.
Yep.
Okay.
He's muted. Oh, there he is.
I need him to hit unmute. Yeah, there you go.
And then I'll be muting myself so we don't have feedback.
Go ahead.
Good evening. You guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Daryl Fisher. I applied. Okay, sorry, there's a little bit of a lag, I noticed. I applied with the Social Equity Committee, and I watched as Colleen Such dismissed my application. Wasn't sure the reason behind it, but at the time, there was a video that I watched. She said, we have a black female. I looked into that, and she was a little bit older. No offense to her. But I started to wonder, well, is it because I'm a black male? Anyway, I was a little disappointed on some things that I saw from Colleen that are on the internet, but I started to wonder, you know, was my application dismissed because I'm a black man? You know, and then I started to wonder, is she sexist or racist? Do I not fit the ideology she's trying to stack the committee with? I care about my community as much as anybody else. You know, I've been here for 20 years now, and I was just wanted to share this video. I'm not sure if I can or not, but I'm just a little disappointed with this.
What I took from that is rape is black men rape, even though my own personal experience was that was not that, and it was that.
Anyway, just wanted to share that quick video with you guys. No, you guys aren't going to comment about that, but you know, I want to be a part of this community, and what more is than somebody who's younger and who's around the public more. My experience with the community, I'm sure, is a lot more than somebody, an older black female, and I can ask my aunt that lives up here. It's totally different experience than what I've dealt with up here. So I thank you for your time.
Next would be Darren Duez.
Good evening. I'm going to drop some real truths here. Colette is imposing her own will. Rules of civility, bullet point 5, do not assume or impose religious beliefs or practices. I believe that's against state and federal law right there. She has no tolerance for people with other views. In a text, she has stated that she drives the agenda. She will deny things from the agenda for various reasons. There is no inclusiveness in the Social Equity Committee. Due to innuendos, I feel like others are getting help, particularly Mercedes, but Colette does not tolerate a difference of opinion, nor does she allow questions from other viewpoints unless it's her own, aligned with her own. My understanding is this committee is to produce verbiage for a resolution condemning racism. Yet I see backwoods deals being made for a workshop that Colette Freudianly slipped and called a training. When did the city council approve that? Why should we be hiring anyone? Were all city policies followed to obtain this company? And nonetheless, why are we hiring one from the East Coast? I feel that she is trying to make a point to get me to resign or find a way to remove me from this committee because we have a difference of opinions. Have any other city members been contacted about any parts of the SCA? Have any other members been contacted? In introductions, Daryl touched on this. 928, she was affected by unconsciousness, that she had a deep and profound fear of black men. What she took from people's questioning is black men rape, 9 minutes and 40 seconds in the video. I have for most of my life not sat next to a black man. If I was walking down the street and a black man is walking, I will often cross the street. She talked about this overt racism that we all have. Then she retracted that and said she can't speak for all of us, and then clarified that she displayed overt racism. She says that she would have argued that she doesn't do that, but she does. She said she has joined the SEC because she doesn't want her friends' biracial children to experience what I'm guessing she means is her racism. Is she compensating for her hatred? Is that because she hates Black men or all men? Because she's a racist, everyone else has to be. Now here's for the good questions. There's a National League of Cities that has a framework already in place, but Colette has chose to ignore that framework. And the real question is why? I'm guessing the 15 minutes of fame won't come from using pre-existing framework. I have a lack of confidence in Colette. I feel she has a liability to be sitting on the city council. She has already almost cost us $120,000, and I can only imagine why. Was there a conflict of interest with access to Tuolumne? We'll find out. She should resign immediately. We can't afford to have her liabilities unchecked. We need a true leader, and you are not it. Colette uses the term "I" a lot when defending her poor voting habits on matters for the city. I didn't know she was the one running the city or whose opinion was the only one that mattered. She always has some stipulation to try to slip in, and I'm guessing that's to feel important. Thank you.
Next up is Oscar's iPhone.
I'm back. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry I keep asking. I'm not a Zoom kind of person. So one, beginners, I'm appalled. We are in a small community. The Black guy, he's been here since, I'm gonna guess right about 2004, 2002, if not longer. We're all part of this community. We don't get racially discriminated, but it seems like you guys are trying to divide us into some racisms. I have a full business I got 2 businesses in this town. I know people in this community get treated fairly and equally. If you don't earn it, you don't get it. By somebody who's leading this group stating that Black men rape, now I'm taking that insulting because I have countless Black friends. I mean, countless. I believe that this community in itself is dividing itself into a racism state, and we're not. Why are we even doing this? We all get treated equally. Why can't we just move forward instead of trying to emphasize on racial stuff? I'm not understanding this. Maybe I should be more involved in this political stuff, but hearing this coming out of my town that I've been here 95% of my life, I don't see this. So I don't see how somebody that's twice my age sees the racial separation in this town when it's not there. So I'm sorry, I just don't agree with the whole thing that you guys have going on right now. That's it.
Next up, Mayor, would be Megan Mills, she/her. No, we can't hear you.
Hear you.
See your mouth moving, but she's unmuted.
Now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, you said you
lost her.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, greetings, council, mayor, mayor pro tem, and members of the public. Thank you for taking my comments. I'm a lifelong Tuolumne County resident. I grew up in Sonora. Our family has been here since 1974. And I am here in support of the Social Equity Committee. I'm in support of Councilwoman Such, and I think her comments may have been taken out of context. I think that warrants further investigation. And what I would say respectfully is that unless we are actively doing anti-racism work, there is a racism problem. And the Social Equity Committee is not only devoted to looking at issues of racism, it's also devoted to looking at other issues of inequity in our community, such as people who are homeless, people who are marginalized in any way. And if racism doesn't affect you personally and you don't see instances of it yourself, that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, and it doesn't mean that it's not in our structures and in our government and in our county, in our community, in our homes. So I am in great support of this committee. I'm new to the committee. But because of my own journey and trajectory I was a county worker for 7 years. I'm now a current full-time graduate student, and I have embarked on a lifelong learning curve to undo what I've been programmed and raised in this culture. And so, like I said, unless we are doing anti-racism work actively, we're part of the problem. And I know that that won't be agreed upon in this setting or anywhere, but to me, this social equity committee is warranted, and I appreciate it, and I speak in support of it. Thank you.
All right, next up, Mayor, would be close. Bradford, you're losing.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. So I would like to ask the question of, with this racial inequity, cultural inequity committee, what is it that we're talking about investing as far as a town and community? Because there's a difference. If it's this woman Colette's time and the people who she allows to be on the group, whether or not she dictates the group in the way that she desires, or, you know, she allows open thought and, you know, discussion. What is it that we're actually talking about spending on this as a community? I don't really have a lot to say about racism. I'm a white guy raised up here in the foothills. I've got friends that are black. I've got friends that are Hispanic. I call them Mexican. All these things are racist now. So, you know, I look at the world around us and I see everything falling apart. And this goes back to the comments I made earlier. We have never in my lifetime been in a situation like we are now. And 1864 is looking right as we are here. But that being said, I personally want to know what this committee really is all about. What is it that they're trying to do? And, you know, how is this to improve our community? Because if people aren't willing to listen to the views of others around them, and they're not even willing to put somebody on the list of people to be welcome to the meetings who fits the description of who it is they're speaking of, you know, I don't know what good it is to have it, because we can all go down, meet at the coffee shop and talk about what we're going to do as president of the United States. But if we ain't president, we ain't doing it, you know? Anyways, I personally don't think we have a racism problem in our community. We did have some stuff like people getting riled up when the BLM protest came up here, which happened to be most all white people. I don't think there's a single person I know that watched the video of what happened in back east, wherever that happened, to that Fred Lloyd guy. There's nobody I know who thought that was right. Friends that are cops were appalled by that. That isn't about racism. That's about humanity. And you really want to reach the core problem, what causes racism, what causes classism and just social hatred? It's the fact that we're losing humanity. The fact that we're putting names and labels on groups like those blacks and those Hispanics, those poor, those homeless. I think you guys got a bunch of offices down there at the county or the city office that aren't being used. Maybe you could house some homeless people in there, and then they wouldn't be out in the rain. But you know, I wonder the validity, how valid this group is to be making decisions on how to treat our population as far as our upbringing. And I laugh whenever anybody talks about the good old boys, because I personally am probably about as good old boy as you can get as far as being raised here, and I'm not racist. You know, I say inappropriate or unkind things at times, but it's not because I hate somebody for being different than me. It's common vernacular and slang in our culture. You know, you can't watch a movie from the 90s and not hear the stuff. I mean, go look up who Eddie Murphy is. But or turn on a rap song. But these white hillbilly kids up here in the mountains aren't running around spreading racism and hatred. They're just living their lives. And I don't think we need to culturally train them. You know, it's a waste of your time and your money. If you want to culturally train people, teach them about love, teach them about acceptance. And the way you do that is by starting with yourself. End of statement.
Yeah, complètement.
Okay, so Mayor, the next name is, I hope I don't butcher the last name. Tristan Silieta.
Tristan Salietta.
Silieta, thanks.
Tristan Salietta. You hear me?
Yep, you're on.
Yes. Tristan Salietta. Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'm the old guy that stands on at Washington Park on Sundays for Black Lives Matter, peaceful protest Sonora. I do it every Sunday, and I've been doing it since the beginning. And I have experienced quite a bit. I experienced the first several meetings when there was a united confrontation opposing our Sundays standing up for Black Lives Matter. And it continued actually throughout as long as that Republican office was there. The Republicans used to stand out in front in opposition to us. And since then, I've experienced quite a bit. I think you've all seen that poor lady that went mad in front of us all over the media. And we've been mooned and we've been flagged the bird at by young children in the car with their parents. You know, I want to say thank you to Megan Mills for what she had to say. That pretty much stands for what we stand for, because we stand for against racism, and we stand against domination in whatever form and exploitation in what other form as well. Just so you know, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Doug, who do we have next?
Mayor, next up would be Mercedes.
Okay, go ahead, Mercedes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I just like to clarify a couple of things. Somebody mentioned it seems like there is a false impression that one person in the committee, in the city council, choose all the members of the committee. And I would like to clarify that each council member choose one of the applicants to the Sonora Equity Committee, first of all. Second, at the first meeting of the Sonora Equity Committee, we shared stories of our individual experiences. Councilwoman Soch shared a very vulnerable story about her experience that has been taken out of context by Darren Dewes and by the Black guy. I want to say that I want to think that it was not a bad intention of them, but was not understanding what implicit bias means. What Councilwoman Soch was saying was that due to the implicit bias, she came to understand how important is to work on that. I think several things have been taken out of context. And also, when we are talking about validating individual experiences, because someone or some of you have not experienced racism individually, That doesn't mean that doesn't exist. And the first thing about inclusion and about love and about humanity and about respect
30
is
seconds.
listening to each other. And it is about trying to ask questions instead making judgments without any validity. Thank you.
Mayor, with that, there are no more public comments.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. I apologize, I'm a little stunned here,
You're not the only one.
Yeah, I'm really caught off guard. So I guess I'll say it like this. I usually let everybody go to the end. I mean, it's a fact. I'm not sure how many people are still in the meeting, but it's a fact that every council member chose one person. And at one point, there was the opportunity and the encouragement to choose two more. I do remember that. And I remember getting an application. I can't remember his last name. His first name is Daryl, and I believe he was the gentleman that was on the call as the black guy. But I haven't heard much else. So I don't know. I'm really a little stunned here. Actually, a lot stunned. So, you know, I guess I just don't have much to say. I'll look into everything personally, and without breaking any Brown Act laws, I'm not going to even go that direction. I will look in and see what I may find out, but I'm curious to hear what the rest of the council has to say. So, yeah, so it's up to the rest of the council. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, so I'll pick it up from there. I'm shocked and appalled. I think that the video was taken out of context into a longer narrative that Colette had to make it look like that she was biased against Black men in general for her lifetime, and it was a teaching moment that she had felt from an incident that happened to her when she was much younger, living in a different area. So I think I'm on the verge of speechless about that part of it. I think that was unfair and out of context. If people have a issue with how the committee is going, what we're doing or not doing, please attend the meetings. They're open to the public for everyone to come to. They're actually on video. You can watch previous ones. You know, I'm going to leave it at that for now. I have some things I kind of want to talk about the committee direction, but I think it's time to let some of the other council members speak.
And go ahead. I will happily cede to a lady.
For me to speak. I would just like to remind equity, ageism is also a bias. And I know that the Black member of the committee is senior, but then so am I. And I like to think some wisdom comes with age. However, we did talk about expanding the committee. I mean, everyone on the council went through all the applications and selected the one that, you know, that seemed to fit best for them. So if there is any, if there has been, you know, any kind of inequity in selection, I don't know that it, you know, I don't think that exists. Everyone gave it their best consideration. And I also am fairly shocked at some of the allegations, and also believe that Colette's statements were taken out of context and put to very poor use. So that's it from me.
You're done.
I'm done.
I would like, one of the things I think that you're asking us right now is to approve the purpose statement. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, first I will speak to some of what everybody has spoken to, I guess. I think it's only fair. And I have lots of disagreements with Colette, but I have always found her to be a good person, and I think a very forthright person. And I think that we're good to have her to work with. So that's enough of that. Her choice was Sylvia Roberts, with whom I had a 3-hour coffee. She is wonderful, and I wouldn't have hoped for anybody better on the committee. I think she was an excellent choice and is a wonderful representative, not of a point of view, but a Black person who has lived in white society for her entire life and who goes through life without any chip on her shoulder or animosity. And I fell in love with her. Admittedly a little older than me, but she is a wonderful woman and choice. So getting back to the business at hand, I would like for the city to be able to go forward and have 5-0 votes on this, but I am not going to acknowledge implicit bias. To me, that means that's something that we simply are born with and can't change. It's original sin, and I simply don't accept that. So if we can work on that and change it, I would love to see something that I would support. The rest of the purpose statement looks good to me, but I won't be supporting that part. Then the second item is pretty much, where is the resolution and when are we gonna get to it? This was not created as a standing committee. It was created to create a resolution for the city initially. And I think that we should be seeing that before we start going on into workshops and a bunch, in essentially trying to make this a standing committee. It shouldn't be. That is my position right now. We need to get the resolution and then we can see if we, as a council, want to support that moving forward. Thank you.
Mayor, I think you have Councilmember Such's hand up.
Yep.
I would ask that everyone, Mark, perhaps it would be helpful if you watched some of the meetings, and perhaps you have, I don't know that, but I think the reason the resolution hasn't been written yet is because we as a group are not ready to write it, I think. But I would ask all the council members to please, and all the committee members to please watch some of the meetings, and then see if you still think you should be writing the resolution at this point. I also just am going to tell a story because I have been so damned in this meeting that I'm kind of stunned. And certainly, like many people said, taken completely and unfairly to the point of, no, I'm not going to say that, completely and unfairly out of context. I asked everyone who was on the committee on the first evening to tell the story, to tell their story that brought them to this committee, not not how they were assigned, but really what their story, if they had a story about racism, an experience of racism of any kind. And I asked for intimate stories if people had them. And I thought people spoke pretty intimately, by and large. My story is that I was 15 years old, I was home alone, and I was raped. And every adult in my life that was significant at all said, was he Black? Everyone. And some people before they even asked me if I was okay. From that experience, because I was vulnerable when that was happening, and they're the people I trusted the most in the world, I internalized that Black men rape. And I told that story to tell an example of implicit bias and why this committee is so important to me. For someone to take that out of context and say that I say all Black men rape is so egregious that I'm actually not sure. I'm not even sure what to do with that. I've never experienced someone being so incredibly unfair to anyone. So now that you know that story, I would hope that you would understand that that wasn't a hateful statement. It was a statement from a little girl who was raped by a white man, and everyone in her life said, was he Black? So now that you've heard the story, maybe you want to talk about how inappropriate I was. That was not being inappropriate. And I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. You are on the screen as the Black guy. I don't think I was the one that made that statement that you quoted me as making. And I don't think you were part of the original applications, and I could be wrong about that. But I don't know your name, so I wouldn't know that. But I don't think I said we already have a Black person on the committee. This is not something I would have said. So that's it for me.
Okay, would anyone else like to ask any questions or make any statements from the council? So do you see any of them, Doug?
I was going to ask Mark if he had a suggestion for a change of implicit bias, or would he be fine if it just said bias?
I would say frequent bias. People do have biases. I am more biased against somebody who uses me when they should use I, or they're there, and there when they have a degree than I am against somebody for their color. So there are biases, but I think in the context of race, to condemn all of us essentially as racist is something that I won't be able to support. If you
I just don't see it that way, but
yeah, well, I'm not sure. It doesn't just focus on race.
Well,
belonging, fairness, justice, and equity for all. But I mean, I just was wondering what you thought would be an improvement, instead of implicit, just biases, making it plural.
I could do without implicit, I think, because if this is leaving the realm of race, then yeah, the appellation without an education is going to be worse viewed in a lot of social contexts than,
Well, I just thought you should probably give the committee a little bit of idea what might where your vision might be.
Well, I think it's fine to finish with reflection and understanding. Okay, I mean, if you're going to say, well, some people are old and I notice age, heck, I'm fortunately achieving it myself. You know, that, but I don't see the negative light. When we're talking about implicit bias, we are saying there's something negative in us. And I guess I'm not completely Rousseauian in the noble savage, but this, the whole purpose of the Social Equity Committee is to deal with people who are that are thought of as being, you know, ill-treated in society. And it started mostly with Black Lives Matter. So I'm looking at it in that context. If we're going to expand it to anybody and everything, where it's ageism, or heck, I was born a cripple. Unfortunately, you know, modern medicine made it available that nobody notices anymore. So if we hadn't had modern medicine, I probably would have had some people biased against me as well. And we all have those handicaps. I'm just saying that I am really uncomfortable with the way it is right now, seen through the lens of racism and the other inequities that we talked about, sexism and, you know, dealing with other issues. But it's a good question and a fair question. I will confess, I'm sure that, like anything, crafting something is a whole lot more difficult than criticism thereof.
So I don't know if I asked Mary Rose this, because I know, Mary Rose, you do attend the meetings. I've never watched one. I am concerned about Brown Act issues and how, you know, basically how maybe getting some sort of bias before it come before the council. What is the attendance like for the meetings?
Are you asking from a general public population or from your committee members, or?
From the committee members. I'm sorry, I'm usually in bed by an hour now. So yeah, what's the attendance been for the committee members?
So in general, you have your committee members attending. I know there's been a couple of meetings where we've seen a couple of committee members not meeting this last meeting. And unfortunately, we had a couple that did not attend. But in general, you have your committee members attending, as well as a handful of members from the public participating in the meeting as well.
Because again, asking questions, I'm trying not to have any sort of bias, because again, I haven't watched for the public, I haven't watched a single meeting. What's participation like? Are all the members participating? Are they putting groups to do different things? How does this usually go? Maybe Colette or Jim can answer that.
I was going to say, maybe if you want to address the other council members in regards to that.
Well, from my perspective, it depends on, it kind of goes from meeting to meeting. I mean, we start to get into an agenda item, and then we have an agenda, and all of a sudden one issue takes over an agenda, and there's a lot of discussion about that, and we never get to the full agenda. Participation wise, you mean how often each of the people speak, each of the members speak? Is that what you're asking for?
Is there active participation?
Yeah, there's active participation among some more than others, and of course you naturally expect that. you know, I can't speak for the last meeting because again, like I said, I wasn't there, but you know, everyone speaks up. You know, from the meetings I've attended, when they, you know, it's not been someone has never spoken. If that's what you're asking.
Okay. And then there was a question, and again, I thought I saw an agenda like it, but again, I'm not for sure. Something about religious talk or something along those lines. Was that actually in an agenda?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe that was the last agenda. Whatever that particular conflict is about. And again, like I said, I wasn't there.
Yeah,
If
I
I'm
understand.
not, if I'm not mistaken. See.
I'll get 20 questions about this tomorrow. So I just want to know, because again, I'm really surprised here. So
it might be part of the rules of civility.
Right, it's the rules of civility. That's where that is.
Okay.
It's the last one.
So
and it's been on other agendas.
Okay. So I guess I would ask our city attorney.
I mean, listed anyway.
It's
listed as rules of civility. It's not something we discuss.
Right.
Okay. Is that something, I guess I'd ask our city attorney, is that something that is or could be construed against California law?
Which part are you concerned is going to be construed against California?
I don't have, like I said, I don't have it in front of me at all, but the part that
one of the agendas that's in your packet.
You know, I'll read it. The rules of civility: practice listening and speaking respectfully, share the space, carefully listen to what is said, come to our meetings centered on the principle that created the City Equity Committee, speak your truth in a way that respects the truth of others, be willing to engage in honest and meaningful conversation, and finally, do not assume or impose religious beliefs or practice.
So I don't have a problem, with that statement. I think it doesn't prevent somebody from having their own belief system and or expressing their own beliefs, religious or otherwise, which is where we get into legal issues. So based off of what I heard, I think it's fine.
Okay.
If I am fairly certain that that's the only place that religion has ever come up.
Okay.
And if that's not true, then someone please tell me that. But we've never gone in that direction at all. No one on the committee has.
And please understand, I'm just asking a question. I want to make sure that, I mean, again, if it came up, at least we can ask the question. So, yeah, that, and I'm getting tired too. So
Matt, I have just one more. I just want to make one more recommendation that at least everybody, Mary Rose in this report included all of our agendas. So just read those and you'll see what we're doing. I mean, it was all right there. I understand not wanting to sign on to the committee.
Yeah, I want to make sure
to hear what I actually said at that first meeting.
Yeah, I kind of wish I would have watched that first meeting, to be honest with you. I want to be so careful about, not having a bias and treating everybody fairly and that sort of thing. That's just such a big deal. So I'll go through the agendas for sure and go through that. But yeah. So Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, obviously this evening has gotten pretty awkward, but I want to say I'm sorry, and I'm not doing anything here, but sorry for Colette going through this evening, and appreciate your candor. And yeah, I'm sorry for your experiences. Those are awful and very touching.
They weren't as awful as this was, however. Yeah, I'll tell you that.
Anyway, so
But thanks, Mark.
that's it. I just wanted to be able to say that before we wound up the evening.
So Mayor, I think what we're trying to do is figure out whether or not we're in a position tonight to approve by motion the social equity committee purpose statement with or without amendment. So I think that's what action we're looking for at this point.
Yeah, we've already gotten public comment, so I guess I'm looking for a motion in a second on the purpose statement.
Well, frankly, I would vote to leave it as is. I'm sorry, Mark, but I move to approve the purpose statement as is. I don't really think implicit bias means something that's innate and can't change. So.
Do you have a second, Mayor, from Councilmember Segerstrom?
Okay, so got a motion and a second, and I was going to read through this one more time. But okay, so roll call vote, please, Mary Rose.
Mayor Hawkins,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Plummer,
Yay.
Councilmember Garaventa,
Aye.
Councilmember Segerstrom,
Aye.
and Councilmember Such.
Aye.
Or 1.
Okay, passes 4-1. So we are done with new business, and we're on to monthly reports, which we've got all these listed. So council and department head reports. If our police chief is still on the phone, anything from Police Chief Drew Vanderweel?
Nothing tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Fire Chief Amy New.
Hold on, Mayor. I'm trying to make sure she's unmuted.
You see her, Doug?
I do, but it's not letting me, it's not giving me the option to unmute her. I don't know exactly what to make of that.
Yeah, I see that too.
Oh, I got a hand. I think that this is her.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, there we go. Good evening.
Yep.
Nothing further for the fire department to report. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, Community Development Director, Rochelle Kellogg.
I have nothing else for you guys tonight other than to wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And we're all looking forward to 2021.
Yeah.
Yes. Michelle.
Merry Christmas. Okay, Mr. Gorski.
Nothing further tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our city attorney, Doug White.
Nothing more tonight, Mayor. Just as a reminder, we still have to go back into closed session at the end.
Sorry.
Okay.
I take pizza with me.
Okay, and then our city administrator, Mary Rose.
Nothing else to report tonight.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Segerstrom.
Yeah, well, yes, I did have some things. The Yes Partnership met post cannabis ordinance, and they are forming a cannabis education committee. It's still in formative stage, but they felt that the ordinance was rushed. So they will be, I'm sure, well, they're doing their own thing, but that we did get some feedback that they felt that it was rushed, and that they are also doing a abusive childhood experience grant program development, and they're working on the Healthy Lifestyle Blue Zone. The Energy Action Committee is at an impasse with its outreach. It's unlikely that we'll work through ATCA, but we'll probably do our own research on the best ways to reach the community. And the Sonora Chamber of Commerce at the virtual the virtual meeting that we had on Tuesday, which was very gala. One of the members suggested that Sonora was an ideal candidate for to become a Christmas town. And we all thought that that was kind of a great idea, that using the parade as a springboard and having the community really dive in and create a Christmas atmosphere that would attract tourists and visitors. So that's it from me.
So is there some sort of organization or movement that does this? Christmas Town?
According to, I'm trying to think of the woman's name. She, Sarah? I can't remember that. She runs addictions. She said that most states have an official Christmas town.
Really?
And that California does not. So she
Ooh.
thought Sonora was a good candidate, and I agree with her. So the Sonora Chamber of Commerce will probably do a virtual meeting about that at the end of January.
Yay.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, Councilmember Sutch.
Nothing to report.
Okay. Councilmember Garaventa.
The only thing I would report is that due to the passing of the TCTC chair, Mr. Mike Ayala, the Transportation Council decided to cancel its December meeting, which would have happened in during the past 2 weeks since we had our last meeting, and that we will again have our meeting in January. And that's really all I've got to report.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Plummer.
Oh, last meeting, our city administrator brought a huge bulk to the city. And while we recognized the mayor and Ryan Campbell, that, nobody really recognized the enormous work that Mary Rose did this in and in freeing up the egg funds for access to Tuolumne. And I felt horribly remiss about it, but too late. So I want to say thank you, Mary Rose. Great job. And that was something that is quite extraordinary. So in new news, we all, instead of going out to see the Star of Bethlehem, sat here and had fun. My wife went to see it.
Did she see it?
Well, a little bit. She said that they were still a little separated and she thought that they were supposed to be lined up so that it was.
Oh yeah, no, the picture I got was, yeah, they were side by side, but spectacular enough.
And is your hat pointing toward it?
Absolutely. The three wise men are expected shortly. So.
Yay. Well,
I just wanted to wish everybody a Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays before we went into closed session.
Well, I was just getting there. So, it's at the end of the year, sometimes one lightens up a little bit. And I would like to say that it's an honor to work with all of you. And that I wish you a very Merry Christmas and look forward to next year being a wonderful year, because it will be. Thank you. I have nothing more to add. Mr. Mayor, you are muted.
Muted. You're wishing us all a very silent Christmas. Silent
Now I am unmuted. Just really quick to dispel any rumors. I'm sure all of you saw that my company is closing. That was all over the newspaper.
You're part of the 45 that, yeah, wow.
I will not be relocating. I love our little city and I will be here for a very long time. But eventually I'll have to find another job. It's in about 18 months they're going to fully close. So I'll be one of the last ones to actually leave, from my understanding. So, but I love our little city so much. I mean, we just have a wonderful place to live, and I can't picture myself living anywhere else. So to dispel any rumors, no, I'm not moving. So,
North Carolina is not for you.
and it's a wonderful place, but definitely not for me. So with that, I will adjourn us into closed session, and that's a very nice looking cat you got in the background.
Thank you. I just wanted to be festive.
Just for the public record, this is from the earlier, this is a continuation of the earlier closed session that we weren't able to conclude.
Excellent.
Okay.